when we want to make sure that what we declare as climate finance is indeed something that helps transition, and it's not, sorry, there's a last end. And it's not just anything with some climate considerations is eligible to being reported to as climate finance or green finance in the case of IDFC. And I think this is a very hard balance to strike, and it can be, of course, it can be frustrating. I would just like to try to avoid a situation where IDFC as a group appears overall less ambitious or less rigorous than the MDBs. I know it's not the case, so I would really like to avoid that message be conveyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Want to react now? Christina? Maybe the colleague from RDB, Felix, you want to react? Can you hear us, Felix?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Please go ahead. We don't see you,
Yes,
but we hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. I just shared something in the chat, just that we're fairly new here, especially for me. So for today, I'm quickly catching up and I'm ready to listen, and I'll be happy to contribute later. Yeah, email. That's okay. But I also react to other colleagues and points made.
Sorry, could you repeat? I didn't get you well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes, so I'm from TDB Group. What I said is that fairly new here, so I just want to quickly catch up, probably piggyback on some of what the colleagues said. So for today, I read and listen, and I'll be happy to contribute later via email or even today, but after some of the colleagues' interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if BNDS want to react. Yes, please, Christina. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. As regards the common principles, I just wanted to recall that there was a revision of the common principles, a partial one, which was made in 2023. And for that revision in particular, BNDS has raised certain issues. We can get the minutes of that annual meeting where BNDS raised certain issues, in particular as regards biofuels. So just endorsing some of Edgar comments. That was actually one issue that, again, it's we recall, as Edgar mentioned, the importance of biofuels for the region. Brazil has half of a century old industry of biofuels, and first generation biofuels were also relevant, and we stated that in relation to how the common principles dealt with first generation biofuels. So I was trying to get to the minutes here for the meeting, but I guess that we can recover this document to see exactly what was stated by BNDS. But as far as I remember, for the biofuels itself, BNDS was okay because the first generation biofuels were accepted as long as it didn't compete with food or forests, and that's okay for our biofuel production. We have certified biofuel production. But I guess as regards to vehicles, first generation biofuels were not accepted. So we saw contradiction on this different treatment. So I just would, I would try to get by the end of this meeting, these minutes, to get exactly what was mentioned. But I remembered I raised those issues. And I don't know if Daniela would like to complement. Daniela, who is here with me, she is the head of our sustainability department. And Brazil also has taxonomy that was issued last year in the context also of COP30. And so some compatibilities need to be assessed between our taxonomy and the common principles. I don't know if you have something to complement.
Morning. Thank you, Cristina. Morning, all. Yes, that's right. Last year, Brazil launched its sustainable taxonomy, and one of the activities related to biofuels, the industry of biofuels, and it has many safeguards. So we have our own taxonomy here at BNDES, but we are actually testing in a pilot phase the Brazilian sustainable taxonomy, because it's in this transition part of testing by the financial institutions and real economy companies. So we are testing the safeguards. They all have safeguards, and we can circulate the paper about our biofuel taxonomy later on, our Brazilian taxonomy. And then we are checking if the safeguards and also the substantial contribution and the do no significant harm that were explicited in the Brazilian taxonomy is in a way to comply with the procedures of the financial institutions and real economy, if they are actually usable and in a friendly way. So this is the phase that Brazil is now in the terms of taxonomy, but biofuels were actually incorporated and they are being tested by the financial institutions now. We can check I'm afraid you don't have in English the wording of the taxonomy, but we can highlight in translation, free translation, the parts of biofuels for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Where's Rislen? Rislen, she's left. Okay. Just maybe since there are not other members around and even online. So what I suggest is maybe to summarize more or less what we would like to do and where we are. And also to recall that certain rules that are in place, as you may know, and if you have already this information, sorry for tell it again, but it's important that everyone be informed equally about that. That the rule of this revision, and like the other, is that there is a need of consensus about consensus to reach to change the current version of the common principles. It means that if there is no consensus, the common principles that are discussed and each point will remain as it is right now. So this is important to know. But we have also to have in mind that MDBs consider that these common principles are their principles and they share it with IDFC. So we have to be cautious about the fact that if we ask for, if there is a consensus among MDBs, I don't know how they will react if somebody from IDFC will come up with something saying we don't agree on that, about that. But yeah, we have to be very clear. We have to clarify that with them. But for me, from the beginning, this is these common principles. Common principles are joint principles from IDFC and MDBs. And when MDBs talk about common principles, it's common principles within MDB world, I would say. So it is very important to have this in mind. But as I see for the discussion we have, there is, please.
It's just before you go on to the next steps, I wanted to react to what you're saying, because again, this is just a point of a reflection. We have to stop as an alliance and think what type of engagement is expected. What you are saying is super important, and that is not written. All we have is the common principles, and that word common has an enormous weight. But I agree with what you're saying, that the MDBs in their own heads, they think, or the expectation is that that's their document, and they invite this group of fellows from the IDFC, and as an alliance, we have to take a position on whether we want just to be a necessary evil for the MDBs, so that they have a validation, indirect validation from 27 plus organizations to a document that in their heads belongs to them. That's what we want to understand if we want to keep playing that card. Now, since I'm taking the floor, I wanted to clarify the interpretation that Damian gave to my intervention. Damian, I'm not advocating for simplification just for the sake of simplification. We are committed, as everybody else, with environmental integrity. What I'm saying is that there are an enormous amount of additional requirements in this version that are just gonna send everybody away, and we run the risk of not using these principles as common as they should be. One of the main elements is that we have now lock-in assessment, and lock-in assessment is a concept that is being promoted, doesn't take into consideration amortization. So we hear, well, you finance that natural gas in the EU taxonomy, no? And it should be out of line in the next, let's say, 10, 15 years. Nobody in the right sense would make an investment to take it offline in 10 years. And those are the kind of things that we see piling up in this new version of the common principles. Our fellows and good friends from BNDS, Cristina and Luciana, mentioned that they submitted a motion or for a clarification on biofuels, and somehow it wasn't taken into consideration. That speaks of the quality of the process that doesn't build consensus. And on the issue of taxonomies, the European Union has the Delegated Act for nuclear and gas, you know that. And natural gas is a transition fuel. The common principles excluded in the 2021 version. The Brazilian taxonomy that CAF, as a member of the Latin American countries, the Brazilian taxonomy allows for a mixture of biofuels and natural gas with a progressive phasing out. So what are we going to do with when you have those conflicts? You're going to have a dual reporting system on which you comply with your national taxonomy, with your bank taxonomy, and then comes along the green finance mapping, and then we have a different accounting system. And on the governance, and let's say all the mixture with Paris alignment has processes. Each of us have the methodologies. So I don't want to leave that a wrong idea that CAF is just advocating for simplification for the sake of it. Now, we could have an endless discussion amongst us, very valid point of views, but that's why we need the climate heads to come in and have an institutional position. And that, I think that's what you're gonna say with the closing of this meeting and the next steps. We take an institutional position and we stop arguing with each other, and then the IDFC can communicate to the MDBs if we're gonna continue just being an appendix of this consensus, so that the methodology is called common principles. Thank you.
I don't know if somebody would like to react to what Edgar said. Damien, you want to, or Christina or Luciana? Yeah, would like.
Thank you. I agree with the burden of double, triple accounting of taxonomies. For us, we are such a few people here in BNDES. We have our own. We manage our own system on our taxonomy that we've been evolving, developing since 2011, and always creating new governance, new methodologies, and systems. So to manage this with few people, me and more two people, it's complicated, and we are now also following the developing and assisting also the Brazilian government to create our own Brazilian own sustainable taxonomy. And there are many meetings, many activities, so it's we have now to test, as I said before, this new taxonomy to understand if it's viable in the markets, if it's viable for the financial system to verify, to certify they are developing their own systems of official information, public information to support the registers of the taxonomy. They're developing the regulation also with the central bank and the Brazilian SEC. So we are following all these steps, and there is very difficult for us to report different and various taxonomies around this all advances in sustainable taxonomy. So I think we need to understand better if these common principles can be somehow aligned more with our own taxonomies, with our own developments, because it will be more suitable for development banks, for our own teams to follow and report, and including participating more in discussions more frequently, because it's being for us, that's being Christina knows that it's difficult for us to be in all the context of discussing the common principles, because we are engaged in our own sustainable taxonomy discussion. So I think it's important to have this into account if you can be more flexible in this understanding. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think that we can, or maybe to recall that we, at the beginning, we had this discussion on the taxonomy, and we made, there is a study made at the beginning to identify all the taxonomy that exists, and to see how we can, because when we started with the common principles, there was no taxonomy, but now there's a proliferation of taxonomy, and it's difficult for members to see how they can apply. What is there's sometimes no consistency between the taxonomy and the common principle, and we had at the beginning the ambition to address this issue, but it seems that it's not anymore the case within the MDB group, because we concentrated and we focus on the common principles, but this question is there already. Just to recall also that within IDFC, not all members, we have to be transparent, are using common principles. I would say that according to my appreciation, a different survey that we made, we have between, let's say, 14, 13 members to 17 using the common principles more or less extensively, and we have about 10 not using it at all. Reporting different mapping, for different reasons. One of them is that because they have already something, a way to report to their governments under very strict rules, and it's difficult for them to do it. Some of them are having the same constraints, but they put some kind of some system to translate it from one system to another to the common principles. And also because some members don't report any investment, so they don't use it. Like, just to recall also that we have common principles with MDBs on climate mitigation and adaptation, but we don't have in biodiversity. We use each one use its own system, so we don't have in this case. So the point here is that in terms of the process, what MDBs want to do is to at the end of they would like to have a draft common principles to be provided at the end of the June. And the idea is to take the time between June to October, November. I mean, and with the point of the COP31 to make a statement about adoption or not adoption of the common principles. So the idea will be to have to distribute and to share these documents ready for the end of June. I don't know if it will be 30 June or maybe the beginning of July. And working on these documents and to receive the comments from each member, those who are interested, of course. I know that some of the members participated periodically or time to time or are very active during this last year on this more than 1 year discussion we have within the MDB working group. For us, we have before us the as you said, the steering committee, which will be organized in end of June. So the idea is to bring to this body the situation and where we are, what are the different discussion. And I see that that there are two kinds of discussion we can have. First is on the principles themselves, on the philosophy of the common principles. There are some issues that we need to address. And one of them, most important, is the relationship between common principles and Paris alignments, Paris Agreement alignments. This is the important issue. Should we link that? Just to recall again that for MDBs, that for the moment, their practice is not to bring them together because they have their own operationalization framework for the Paris alignments and they use separately the common principle. We started to have the same process, but we never implemented the operationalization of Paris Agreement. We have made a very important studio, and I think that Damien remembered these studies that we have done when he was head of the climate at IFD, but we never implemented. So this is why they won't like to keep that, and we will have to inform the Silico about the situation, the total situation that we have before us. To have a guidance from them about what should we do if we I mean of course take into account what will be the version of the common principle that we get, what will be the process forward, they advise us, and to prepare for the next Sherpa meeting in September to process and to detail what will be our position, take into account the different feedback from the members that we will receive between these two times, and to take a final decision in October at the annual meeting. We will be in Washington. This is the annual meeting of the IDFC. And if there is a positive approval, we can make a statement at the COP31. If September, it will be Kigali. So Kigali, we have in September Kigali, and in October, in the margin of the annual meeting of the World Bank, there is the annual meeting of IDFC. So it will be around the mid of October. So before the COP31, if we would like to make any announcements at that time. So it's a pity that some members that are very active during the processes that are not around the table, IFD, TSKB, and other. But we can convey this information, and what we can do here is to make a summary today here in the meeting here in Rio to those who are present at Rio but not around the table. This is what I suggest, and I would like to have your opinion on that. You have your microphone.
Yeah, I think it is captured by what, sorry, my colleague Christian was asking of the roadmap and the next steps with dates. That's what you're going to circulate later, no? An email, and you just open the floor again and ask whether we are fine with that proposal. In our view, it's okay. I just would like to hear maybe from other colleagues around the table and present at the meeting, if we can have an institutional position from you, whether we can commit at this table today that you're going to engage and review thoroughly the document that was circulated 1 month ago, and you're going to present and submit either to the facility or to the secretariat was the stance from your respective institutions. I think that's a simple decision. Probably to hear from other colleagues if that's viable for them.
Maybe we have BNDS here. So I don't know what to react.
Edgar, that was a question for IDFC or
For everybody.
everybody?
I don't know if you have capacity to to make a thorough review under all the circumstances that I mentioned before that we are involved with, including in our sustainable taxonomy in Brazil. But I would like to highlight, possibly for you to discuss, and maybe we can check that that principles of interoperability that United Nations are discussing in terms of global sustainabilities, because they have like a set of possible aggregated activities and tools to maybe understand the alignment of taxonomies. Maybe you can check the development of this, because can be useful for IDFC, since we are a net of many institutions that deal with different taxonomies in our countries. So that's another possibility to check, because it's very difficult to be in a granular discussion, to enter into a granular discussion now on the common principles regarding everyone looking for a difference of its own taxonomy and reporting then in the mapping. So I don't know if in a context of a very deep and thorough document that we have in the common principles, we will be, maybe we have a very discussions and time expanding on that. So what I'm saying, that we can check other possibilities and tools to understand the alignment, maybe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that in terms of the process, what will be important is maybe to check if there are red lights, and we don't request everyone to not to go through and to do all the review, comprehensive and very detailed review of everything, because of course there is a room of interpretation in many principles and many rules. So but the fact is that if there are some red lines for you about the fact that could be make it very difficult for you to use them, and this is what is important. So I can understand also, considering the capacity, the variety of capacity of members, and their capacity to mobilize technical teams internally, of course, but we can also try to make this, to join forces between members, and to make something that could be it could be less cumbersome for everyone, and to gain some clarity and visibility on focusing on the main issues and topics. CDP, you would like to react on this? I don't know, Luna or Damien, if you... Oh, okay.
She's having problem with the mic.
Okay.
Luna, I don't know if you prefer to react in a chat
Yeah,
because
she
you-
sent a message on the chat. I can read it if you want. We couldn't undertake a true and detailed assessment of the changes and their potential implication. I guess that next step as IDFC should be take a moment to discuss more in depth the point raised by CAF BNDES, in particular the burden for double reporting according to different taxonomies, and more general reflects on the revision process itself. Okay, that's well noted. And I see, maybe I don't know if Felix is still there, if he would like to react not on the substance but on the process. Felix, please, from TDB. Yeah,
Thanks.
floor is
Yeah,
yours.
the process is fine. I quickly sent an email to Margot because I do want to see the current version that we're actually reviewing. Unfortunately, I recently joined TDB, so didn't have the chance to go through it. But in accordance with what the team has, we have our commitment. Once it's received, I'll be able to review it and give our comments in due time.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to come back to one proposal that we made that was suggested, and I think it is important, is do you think it is important to have to try to organize at least a meeting between the different head of climates of IDFC? This is the process that is implemented by MDBs. They have a regular meeting of their head of climates to tackle and address when there are some issues, important issues to decide on. I think it will be great if you can do that. Do you think that you'll be able to mobilize your for those who are around the table, to mobilize your head of climates for that process? I think it is important. For yeah. Okay, CAF agreed on that and confirmed their participation to this process. I see BNDES also.
our reaction is that I guess that we should firstly indicate the red lights, and then because
Yeah, could be made at the same time. I mean, it could be also the during this meeting that you discuss with your colleagues that the heads could discuss this. What could be the red lines that each institution having? And
I guess that the idea is that the institutions could firstly send via, so that also the institutions could read it to know which was, the collective observations, and then we have this meeting to discuss how we could accommodate and have,
Okay.
joint understandings.
Okay, that's also that's work also for me. I think that's yeah. I for CDP. Do you think that's this is something doable for you? Luna, she or Damien?
So I can just explain something. You mentioned the different capacities of the members. The GDP at the moment doesn't have a climate team, so no climate head. So while I agree that even in this meeting that we are here now, we could have benefited from the presence of some of the heads. Unfortunately for GDP, we can't. We might be able to elaborate a position, but on the formal side, we may be unable to participate with someone officially head of climate. I'm sorry.
Okay, so but the idea is to have somebody who's responsible and could take decision on.
I understand, but that's precisely the issue.
D'accord.
There's no one.
So I guess that other members could be in the same situation, but we will do with those who have this capacity to decide on technically and having an identify head of climate to this to proceed with that. I think that we can we have only 5 minutes left before we have the next meeting here to be in place. For me it's very clear. So just maybe to summarize where we are is that first we in terms of the process. So we have these different milestones before us. The first one is the steering committee. The second is the Sherpa meeting in September, and the annual meeting in mid-October. And after that, this is not an IDFC per se, an IDFC milestone, but it is an important one, is the COP31. So the idea is that first we will prepare the steering committee, so to bring to in the most transparent manner the information to the CEOs at the meeting in Benin. This could be done by under the responsibility of the co-chairs of the climate working group, means CAF and IFD. I know that sorry, I don't think it's there are two to one, but I can check with the secretariat who's the head. Antonin is another meeting, so I will check with him. But the idea is to have this this issue to be addressed to the CEOs by the chairs of the co-chairs of the climate working group. It is under responsibility, and whatever decision taken by the steering committee is not a decision by itself, because the steering committee is the guidance given to us how to proceed for the following steps. We can in parallel discuss with the MDBs to see when exactly will be ready this draft document, comprehensive draft document, with all the caveats already there, because I'm quite convinced that we will not close all the discussion at the end for this draft, and the discussion will continue, but at least with a document that's everyone agreed to be a good basis for internal consultation. We can share this document with the members and trying to propose this meeting once everyone provided its comments, the meeting of the head of climate between after the steering co and before the Sherpa meeting, so somewhere between I would say July and September. It could be back to this Sherpa meeting, I don't know, but we are going to work out this with the secretariat to see what will be the best way to forward. And after that, we will have the Sherpa meeting to discuss finally, based on the consultation of the different members, based on the decision taken by the heads of climate, to discuss, to decide on how if we the way we are going to proceed, and to connect again with the MDBs for the rest of the process. Is it clear for everyone? I don't forget anything. Maybe want to add something?
Also, I think very practically, we'll send a summary of the discussion today alongside the most updated draft that we had, because discussion have continued since we have sent the last one 2 months ago. So although I don't expect that all members to provide like their red flag, not necessarily like an in-depth technical assessment before the steering group meeting, but we can already have an indicative date for the meeting of the head of climate during the summer, or like late summer before the Sherpa meeting, ensuring that at least we can also inform the MDB group that we will send some kind of feedback. I know they're expecting that, but just giving them some heads up that they will have like a collective feedback from IDFC members, and so that it just does not come out of the blue from them, and inform them on what will be also a validation and endorsement process.
I don't know if there are comments, reaction on this, or things that could help. Luna informed us that the CDP not formally adopted the CPs, so yes, we are aware of that. but they applied the Rio markers. So CDP is one of the members that are capable, not that as well. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you all for having taken this time this morning for this important meeting. If there is no other request for floor, I propose to close our meeting, and thank you very much, and those who are online also for having taken this time. Thank you. Bye bye, and we come back to you as up. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Welcome.
So, hello everyone. So, next session, the session 3.3 is about like, and we are really happy that Tosta is kind of in last minute jumping in to give us a presentation. As Nabil to really on last minute change his commitments. Tosta, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, maybe you can make it a bit louder.
Let me just try to set up here.
No, I think internally in the room so that we can hear you better. So it's the presentation is about the portfolio and program level approaches. And I think you can maybe also try to share the presentation already that we see whether it works.
Let me just try to do it here. Just a second, please.
No, this is DBSA. That's the wrong one.
Oh, I can speak for DBSA as well.
He seconded just to DBSA and he's working for you now. I think it's a good choice.
No.
Or can Tosta share his screen himself, maybe?
Obrigado. Sorry, Christine. Just trying to share the screen right now here. Just trying to see if can you see it?
I think it's charging. Yes, yeah, thanks very much. Can you maybe try to make him a bit louder that we can better hear him here? Thanks very much for jumping in last minute, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christine, and just apologize on behalf of Nabil and Marcus. You already know about Nabil. He was called to a meeting at the Palácio do Planalto for this week, and today we are going to have an event there with President Lula, and Marcus was called last night to join him there. So they asked me to be here with you. Unfortunately, not in Rio. I was already booked to come to São Paulo today, and Marcus already mentioned a little bit about BNDES Forest yesterday, although he was mainly focusing on the BNDES Pro Floresta. And I'm just going to try to give you an overview of BNDES Forests. So just bringing a little bit of setting the scene here for you on how BNDES has been evolving until reaching BNDES Forests. We started back in 2009 with the Amazon Fund, and I guess you all know a little bit about the Amazon Fund and how it works. It's not the focus here for today, but it's our main initiative for non-reimbursable funds for projects to reduce deforestation in the Amazon region, in the legal Amazon region in Brazil. There are 9 states that comprising the legal Amazon. And then we moved for a few initiatives on restoration already on the Atlantic forest in 2009 and 2015 with ecological restoration, moving the Atlantic forest to other biomes here in Brazil. But I guess that when we started to change the figures here was in 2021 with the living Forest program that we launched is a match funding initiative in which BNDES and private and other public partners join together. Restoration Arch, which is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh, now it's better, I think. Now it should be fine, or? Great.
Okay, no
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you all for your patience.
No problem at all. I'll just bring back to the beginning here. So I don't know how much you were able to hear. Just bringing here, setting the scene for you on how BNDES has been working with nature positive solutions here. Starting with the Amazon Fund that you probably heard about, our main initiative for non-reimbursable resources for funding nature in Brazil. Then we moved for the restoration efforts on the Atlantic forest at the beginning, and then moving to other biomes with the BNDES ecological restoration. And then in 2021, we launched the program Living Forest. It's a match funding initiative where BNDES and private partners and other public partners as well put together money for on a one-by-one basis to restoration and to other efforts regarding forests. Moving to in 2023, we focused on what we called Restoration Arch, because we do have a deforestation arch here in Brazil. That's a strip of land from east to west and on the border of the Amazon forest. I'm going to show you on the map later, in which we are concentrating efforts to restore that area with resources from the Amazon Fund there. So non-reimbursable resources. And moving, well, Sertão Vivo is for the Caatinga, for the semi-arid region in Brazil, and Blue BNDES is not related to forests, but we do have some mangrove initiatives there. So you're going to visit tomorrow one of them. And then we launched the new phase of the Living Forest in 2025. All those initiatives, we were trying to put that together as a strategy here at BNDES for BNDES forests. That's all we do for forests in BNDES. And it's not only by telling that we are supporting restoration, we are supporting conservation. It's this strategy of BNDES on how to combine different financial instruments to get the best output from our efforts in conserving and reducing deforestation and restoration as well here in Brazil. So BNDES Forest is more than just combining those efforts, is to put that as a focus for BNDES actions on, and of course from the environmental division here in Brazil. Marcos showed you that slide yesterday, and he talked a lot about the ProForest, but he also mentioned about the Climate Fund as the main driver for our efforts on financing, on credit. And Gabriel Aidar showed you on the first day of the training how the funds from the Climate Fund raised up on the last 2 years. And of course, part of that funds were used for the support to forest restoration, and with the best conditions that we can provide. Marcos mentioned about the financial conditions yesterday. It's something around 3.2%, 3.4% a year fixed for forest restoration. He also mentioned a little bit about the forest concessions, where we do structure the concession and we are able to finance the developer there. Also, just bringing it all together here, we also looked at the equity side of it and the climate call that we were calling here on up to five investment funds receiving, I guess, 1 billion reais, roughly $200 million each of them. I mentioned the Arch of Restoration as well, and I'm going to show you the map in the next slide. And the Living Forest, that's our matching fund initiative here. So we combine all those, and also, of course, the Amazon Fund as well is not here because it's as big as it can be alone, so it's not here, but it's also part of our efforts on the BNDES forests. And the funding for the Art of Restoration is from the Amazon Fund. And we combine all those instruments on the best way that we can, depending on the situation, depending on the clients of BNDES, let's call like that, and use the best one to achieve the best output. I don't know if you can see on the screen the Arch of Restoration. Is that a little bit darker strip here on northern Brazil. I don't know if you can see that, but it's where we are concentrating efforts of restoration with the Amazon Fund resources. And you can see that we are spread all over Brazil because we have 6 different biomes. We have different challenges on each of them. And that's why we combine different funding instruments depending on where we are acting here. So it's pretty much like that Brazil is a continental country, so we need to think differently for each biome. And some of the figures, I don't know, I don't recall if Marcos mentioned yesterday, 8.2 billion reais, roughly 1.6, 1.7 billion US dollars, over 341 million trees. I guess I mentioned that about going from Earth to the moon and put it all together. 86,000 green jobs and 204,000 hectares of restored area so far. So it's that I wanted to bring you. I'm sorry, and I just stopped sharing my screen, unfortunately. But it was this message that I wanted to bring you here today and share with you our efforts here, share with you our initiatives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for jumping in, really in short notice. Are there any questions? Yeah, you have to excuse there. I think they got already so much input over the last 2 days, so I can really feel that people are starting to be a bit also tired.
But I'll be there with you on Friday as well, Christine, so we can talk in person, no problem at all.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Then a warm thank you from us that you jumped in, and we wish you a nice day. And then we would give the floor to Komnish.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank the IDFC for inviting DBSA to present the work that it's doing in the carbon market space at the moment. So we're really grateful for that. So my presentation will be focusing on the development of financial instruments to scale up voluntary carbon markets in South Africa, with the idea of then replicating it in the Southern African Development Community region, or as we know it, the SADC region. So if we look at the format of my presentation, I'll give you a high-level introduction, walk you through our DBSA carbon markets framework, also then delve into the actual study that we've embarked on with fixed funding. This is finance in common funding that we received. And as a result of that study, we've developed 2 carbon-linked products, and then also map out the instrument design and development pathway. So if you, let me just go to, okay, yeah. So, sorry, I don't know, this is not, it's not behaving itself. My apologies. Okay, so to give you a brief introduction. So as I've mentioned, the financial instrument work that we've developed is as a result of a partnership between ourselves, Finance in Common, the Innovation Incubator Lab, Climate Policy Initiative, CPI, and a local consultancy, Prometheum Carbon, in South Africa. So we've partnered to innovate solutions that will strengthen the South African voluntary carbon markets with the intention of accelerating climate finance. The Fix Lab, just to give you some background, aims to assist public development banks to address barriers to climate finance by providing financing to develop financial instruments and providing technical support to move ideas from inception to implementation. Through these proposed instruments, we hope that the DBSA will position itself as a catalyst on the African continent to mobilize sustainable finance while supporting its key mandate, which is to look at infrastructure-led development by promoting inclusive economic growth and climate resilience across the continent. So just to give you some background in terms of the evolution of the SA carbon markets, South African carbon markets in South Africa, the carbon markets have steadily evolved over the past 2 decades. Initial engagements with carbon markets were back in the early 2000s with the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism. And here we saw carbon credits being supplied to the EU emission trading scheme. In 2012, demand for these credits fell sharply, and this was due to a ruling by the EU ETS to restrict international offsets only to least developed countries. So that excluded South Africa. And because of that, it literally, the carbon markets went through a lull in South Africa for that period. And fast forward to 2019, we've seen that there was a major turning point with the introduction of the country's national carbon tax. This has created structured demand for offsets from the voluntary carbon markets. Phase 1 of the national carbon tax was from the period 2019 to 2025. And we're now in the second phase of the carbon tax, which is from 2026 to 2030. And essentially, what we've seen in the phases is that there's been a steadily increase in the use of offsets from the voluntary carbon markets to offset tax liabilities for the respective companies that participate in the carbon tax. Just to go at a very high level, this is our recently approved DBSA carbon markets framework. It's hinged on 5 pillars. The first pillar being the work that I'll be reporting, which is as a development bank, following that development mandate to spearhead the development of the local voluntary carbon markets. And I'll talk more about the financial instruments that we've developed. The second pillar talks to DBSA developing a business case for DBSA. Over the last couple of days, you may have seen that there's that the project life cycle for carbon markets, for carbon projects, it's vast, and we are looking at where can DBSA play in the carbon markets based on our risk appetite. Third leg is creating in-house technical expertise, and this is to prepare our investment committees, our transactors, our frontline teams to all have a better understanding of carbon markets. So we've successfully run a 2-day masterclass last month where we trained more than 25 of DBSA's professional staff, and we also sponsoring we're a lead sponsor for the African Carbon Markets Forum, which will take place in Kigali, Rwanda in October 2026 this year. So we hope to see you there. And then the fourth pillar talks to the actual funding of projects. So the idea here is to see if there's an opportunity for us to provide project preparation for early stage development of carbon projects, and then also to see, based on our risk appetite, whether we can fund provide senior debt for carbon projects. And then the last pillar talks to creating a balance sheet of carbon assets where we can quickly monetize these carbon assets for sustainable finance, and then also help us on our pathway to net zero by 2050. This is I'm not going to go through the slide, but this is just a theory of change for the actual fixed project that we undertook. You'll see there the inputs, and the outcome is the goal is to develop the South African carbon markets to scale of its mitigation potential, supporting a just low carbon transition. So you can go through that in your own time. So when we embarked on this study in April 2025, we undertook a roadshow to all the major commercial banks in South Africa to try and understand from our commercial banking sector what are the challenges that they were experiencing in terms of not playing a more active role in the carbon markets. And it was quite an insightful roadshow for us in terms of understanding their perceptions of the carbon markets. So I've linked it as three key areas where they had concerns. The first one was on the supply-demand gap in the South African carbon markets. Here, typically talking to the long development lead times, high validation and verification costs that makes high-risk pre-issuance phases of carbon projects unattractive financial instruments for the banking sector. Then the second one talks to the actual markets, and I think we touched on that during the course of the last 3 days. With carbon markets, you have OTCs, over-the-counter trades, so there's very little opportunity for secondary markets. And for a market to function adequately, you need to have secondary markets because if there's a lack of secondary markets, then your banking sector will not have an exit strategy when they have carbon assets on their balance sheet. And also, we've seen that there's a lack of foundational market infrastructure to support price formulation, trade execution, and credit tracking of carbon projects. And this then creates an illiquid asset that does not align with commercial banks' systems or risk frameworks. And then there's also a mismatch between pricing expectations. Investors typically prefer floating rate instruments to hedge against inflation and interest rates, while we see that carbon is suited to fixed, uncertain revenues. Then the third one, lack of regulatory clarity. I think we've touched on all of this during the course of the last 3 days, but specifically to South Africa, our Financial Markets Act has still not classified carbon. So that's still a question mark in terms of whether it's an asset or a security. And that then creates a barrier to integrating it into the mainstream capital markets. So just to reiterate, these are the key barriers, and we grouped it into 3 areas: supply, liquidity, and integrity. I must point out that under liquidity, the third bullet point there is also something that was very important that we found out from the banks. Commercial banks have to subscribe to Basel III requirements, and because of this, they have to then adhere to capital adequacy ratios. For carbon credits, it's typically 60% of the value of the carbon asset that they have to hold in terms of capital. So that's a limitation for banks because obviously they want to keep their capital adequacy ratios as low as possible. So in terms of us solving for the 2 financial instruments, we've solved for the supply side and the liquidity side of those key barriers. Some of the results that we realized from this 12-month study. So we did a detailed supply and demand side modeling. We developed a modeling tool. So essentially what we did was we looked at all the top Johannesburg Stock Exchange companies that report on their ESG reporting. We use that to input into a data, and then we looked at the supply side in terms of, so that was the demand side, and then on the supply side, the actual projects on the ground. And it came out that South African carbon markets are structurally constrained, but present significant scale potential. So there's three outlooks there. From a demand outlook, the carbon markets is primarily driven by carbon tax compliance. We have increasing offset allowances. So I said in phase one, the offsets from the voluntary carbon markets were between 5 to 10%, depending on the sector that you are operating on. So it was industry fugitive emissions and then combustion emissions. So that was between 5 to 10%. In phase two of our carbon tax, that's moved up to between 10 to 15%. And from 2030 in phase three, there's market signals that we will be looking at up to 25% offsets from our voluntary carbon market. So that creates a definitive market for the voluntary carbon markets. On the supply side, it's limited to existing pipeline of projects. There's expected growth from your nature-based and afflow sectors, and there's supply expansion constraints by execution risk. Key implications are that markets is projected to remain structurally short in most scenarios. So there'll be a shortage of carbon credits up until about 2035, and there'll be structural shortage support for investment opportunities. And then instruments required to unlock capital and scale supply. And that then presents the case for the two instruments. This is just at a high level what our instrument development process looked at from February 2025 all the way through to May 2026. So the key milestone for us was last month, where we went to our board with the two financial instruments, and our board gave us the endorsement to continue to develop these products with term sheets and then to come back to them for final approval. So the two financial instruments that I've spoken about is the first one, it's a carbon repo repurchase product. This solves for two areas. The first area is it's expected to support project developers with providing short-term working capital while improving liquidity within the carbon markets. And then the second instance we're solving for is to support commercial banks with the Basel III requirements for the 60% capital adequacy. I'll go into more details with the instrument. And then the proposed second instrument that we're looking at is a carbon credit-backed bond. The proceeds from this bond would be used to finance a pipeline of carbon projects, and your investors would receive repayment by means of your normal interest rate coupon, and then also by a carbon credit interest by a carbon credit revenue stream. So in terms of the first one, the carbon repo facility, so there's two scenarios, as I've mentioned. The first scenario, as I've said, looks at how can we assist private sector to free up their carbon assets on their balance sheet so that they can continue developing a pipeline of carbon projects. So this is short-term working capital. Typically, a project developer would have issued carbon on their balance sheet, and their purpose might only be realized at the end of the financial year. So in some cases, your private sector companies would be sitting with that carbon asset for up to like a year on their balance sheet before they receive any income. And what we're saying as a DBSA is that we will create a facility where you can sell us that carbon asset. There's change of ownership, and within a year, we will sell that back to you at a pre-agreed pricing. The benefit there is that the private sector developer then is able to free up some capital, and at the end of the 12 months, he's then able to then honor his obligations as part of the emission reduction purchase agreement. In terms of the second scenario, where we're solving for Basel III, banks, as I've indicated, have to hold up to 60% of the total capital value for carbon credits on their balance sheet. So if they have a transaction where they have to sell their carbon, but it's still sitting on their balance sheet, they can free up that, sell it to DBSA as part of this short-term facility, and then not have to comply with the Basel III requirements. And at a later date, within a year, they would then take ownership of that carbon asset and then on-sell it to their third-party buyers. So that's a short-term instrument. We don't think a lot of work will go into this. It's something that we can turn around very quickly. Then the second product is the carbon credit-backed bond. So here we are saying that DBSA will be the issuer of the carbon instrument, and the proceeds from the bond will be used to deploy funding to a commercial bank or a co-investor to then co-finance with their debt facility to yield a pipeline of carbon projects. And the bond will be following the DBSA Green Bond Framework and also the ICMA, this is the International Capital Markets Green Bond Principles of 2025. In terms of the bond repayments, I've mentioned that you will have an interest coupon and a carbon-linked coupon. So early indications from our financial modeling is that the interest coupon will be a risk-free rate of return, and there'll be significant upside depending on the pricing of your carbon asset. So as an investor, you are secured that you will get a risk-free rate of return. In South Africa, that's typically around 8%, with the potential upside of the carbon revenue stream taking the return on investment up to like 20%. So it's quite an attractive instrument that we can bring to the market. Yeah. And then next steps, with the carbon-backed bond, we will have to secure partners. So this is your commercial banks, project developers, and off-takers to ensure demand. The second phase is to look at the instrument structuring. This will entail operational processes and procedures, contractual provisions, and finalization of all legal documentation. We will also be tasked with developing a credit risk and pricing framework. And then the third leg is to build the pilot pipeline. Here we're looking at typically identifying between 5 to 10 bankable carbon projects, and to prioritize diversification across different sectors in the carbon space. And then we will prepare pilot issuance of the financial instrument. I think that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions? No, you have no microphone at the moment.
Kumesh, thanks for the presentation. Very interesting. Lot of questions here, but the only question that I want to ask now is, I know from my experience that the new product process to implement such products into a regular banking activity and balance sheet and so on, is that already finished, or have you started that already? Because this is the major challenge for introducing such projects.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question, Marcus. No, we haven't started that work yet.
Okay.
So we still have to get to that point.
So that's why I give no time scale here on when you will
No,
start.
our time scale is by November 2027 that we must have. Yeah. So we've got a year and a half.
No questions? Much. Yeah, also Christian is missing. But luckily.
No, but thanks for the presentation. Very interesting. You said that you are mainly targeting the local carbon market of South Africa with this product, but you also mentioned Article 6. So how is this going to be? Are you trying to do both, or are you just looking at the market development, whichever is better, or what is the difference, or how are you going to deal with it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the original intention is to look at the voluntary carbon markets. That was the aim of our study when we got the fixed funding. But the idea is to then scale it up into the region, and then also to see how could we integrate it into the Article 6. That could be an opportunity for us, if there is any.
No question? Think.
Congratulations, very interesting. So you're thinking about structuring a repo and also using carbon credits as an upside for joint lending. Are you considering carbon credits as collateral as well?
I think the actual carbon bond is an unsecured facility. So there won't be, we wouldn't be looking at, I mean, there could be an opportunity if the investor wanted to actually take ownership of carbon credits. We would see how we would have to structure that. But for the interest of designing the product, we're looking at two revenue streams, which is your interest revenue stream and the carbon revenue stream.
Perfect. And apologies about my ignorance, but is South Africa designing its own regulated carbon market, like a cap and trade system? And how are you willing to deal with this regulated markets and what you're structuring?
Yeah, no, so we do have a regulated market in South Africa with the carbon tax. And these products will have to comply with that.
And I had a quick look. Your main GHG emissions comes from energy, right?
Energy.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's the coal-fired fleet from Eskom.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I actually have a question. So you mentioned that the two products that you are currently creating, the repo and also the carbon back bond, is to basically solve the supply demand issues, right? What about the key barriers on the integrity part?
So indirectly, we will be solving for that by ensuring that we have that the portfolio of pilot projects adheres to high integrity, that there's high MRV standards. But specifically, we were solving for the recipients who are your project developers and the banking sector, but it's cross-cutting. So the integrity issue will always be there. And we, as a DFI, we will ensure that we comply with our ESG standards. So yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, then thank you very much again. You will find both presentations have already uploaded, so that in case you have also questions, I think Kamlesh is you're still here. So then I would say, Markus, let's switch to the next session.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next session is just more we need your cooperation on that. We will issue or show you a couple of ideas that are forward-looking, relatively innovative, and wonder what your opinion is about it, and maybe we can send some signals to your next considerations. This session is about how to leverage carbon revenues through mechanisms and instruments, and we did a little collection. But first of all, again, what is the main issue by financing carbon projects? We define it very briefly as saying it's too small, too risky, and too early. So nothing that really fits. First of all, transaction costs exceed revenue values. So anything below 20 to 50,000 CO2 per year doesn't really make sense. Limited buyer interest. The market is very volatile, and risky it is the carbon price volatility. We have delivery risk. We have all the methodological and additionality, permanence, baseline risks involved. Also policy, we should never forget most of these markets, or the majority of the market that is really giving liquidity, are politically initiated markets. So, and they can give it and they can take it. So this is what we experience here over the last 25 years. Political decisions come and go, and this had a very strong impact on the markets, and the voluntary markets is just behind this, but the general mood in the market is driven by the mandatory side of it. And then finance is needed up front. We heard that many times today, and the other days. The credit will be issued later, and that will cause, again, a large gap that needs to be fulfilled. Just coming back to this slide that I showed already, I think yesterday, it's very important to differentiate between these two kind of project approaches, because type A is the kind of archetype that has a main source of income that is not the sale of carbon credits. So that reduces risk so significantly. On the other side, you have to cope more with the technology that is used there. If we're talking about wind or solar biogas, hydropower, that's all very straightforward. But if there are other technologies, and we see that especially in the removal market, that there needs to be additional due diligence required on the technology that is used. Much higher risks, and this is what we mainly here talking about, is are projects that are purely living from the returns from selling carbon credits, cook stoves, RED+, water filters, agroforestry, etc. And here comes the main obstacle into play. What do I finance in advance to get such a project going, and where are the risks involved? Again, we have documentation costs, BDD, stakeholder consultation, you name it, and then we have the project capex on the other side. Even with RED+ projects, there need to be people that are looking at the areas that need to be protected. They need to be trained. There are cars driving around. Some fences need to be raised, and so on and so on. So there's no project that does not require large or larger investments in advance. So what are the instruments that we found? I must say, Christine and myself, we had a look into the internet and our documents, and when we found a handful of instruments, and we also want to propose another one, which we think is quite fitting and innovative. And I think, Kumesh, you were quite humble because we found two other instruments here that you did not mention. I think, but the first one, debt for carbon, I think this is closely linked to what you showed us as carbon-linked bonds, right? Yeah. And restoration bonds, this is they are issued by the government, I guess. These are green bonds with a certain carbon revenue correlation or a link to any KPIs coming from carbon markets, or you don't know them. No, but anyhow, I mean, what they all have in common here is that the coupon and the repayments are in a way linked to carbon revenues. And what we found also interesting are the debt for carbon swaps. That first occurred, Christine, you know better, with was it biodiversity or yeah?
No, in environment, but already in the 90s.
Yeah, in the 90s.
90s, we had the first one, and what's then going a bit lower. And recently, about I would say 6-7 years back, or maybe 10, it started again more on the climate nature part.
I mean, this is a very interesting application because we all know that some countries are in constant crisis for paying back their foreign debt. And in this case, the repayment or a haircut in what has to be redeemed was linked or is linked to any achievements in carbon markets or related markets around it, especially if it comes to countries from the equator region. So there's additional money flowing in and a haircut on the existing debt, but the additional money needs to be invested, and it's only will only be or the deal will only be concluded if the debt will be reduced if these targets here are achieved that are behind it. Then we have the whole World Bank aggregation vehicles. I mean, you know, the World Bank has always been in the front since I think 1990 or so to start with the first carbon facility and setting science and targets for prices and volumes and projects, and is still again very helpful and also involved if it comes now to biodiversity and everything what comes next. So this is just to give you some food for thought here. What we want to show you is this maybe to some of you very well known structure. It's based or it has been used, unfortunately, quite extensively during the financial crisis based on mortgage financing. But it's an ABS, an asset-backed structure, it's called, but in that case it's not, or just in a smaller cases. I mean, it's about a waterfall risk transfer structure. And how is it organized? Assuming you want to finance a project and that needs relatively high funding, there's always the issue that the senior debt market, which is the largest capital market in the world, or not that much anymore, but it's 50-50 with the equity markets, but it's very, very large. But the investments there are quite conservative, mainly in government bonds. And if you want to tap that market, you need to reduce risk that is involved in carbon projects. And what we have in mind here, and what also has been in some blended finance approaches has been used, is a structure that starts with a very small investment with regard to, or that does come from ODA or grants. So that means, by definition, this is money where it is not really expected that it will be paid back. And on top of that will be an equity investment that is needed. You see the percentage figures here. This is an idea, and this is also something with our experience. Normally the different stakes are allocated. So equity is always necessary if you run such a product, and it will be followed by subordinated or junior debt. So something that has no collateral and is unsecured. And then we see senior debt as the major source of financing, with something like 45 or even 50%. So, and what will happen if the money has to be redeemed from the project? Or put it that way, just one thing on top. You don't pay that different tranches to the project developer. What you do is you put this into an SPV, and the SPV is granting the money as one sum or in different tranches to the project developer. When that money has to be redeemed, and everything is okay, and it will be returned 100%, okay, no problem. Every tranche will get its redemption. But if there are lacks of, or not the possibility of the project developer to pay it fully back, then this, what we call waterfall risk transfer, comes into play. So the first one that has to suffer is the ODA grant tranche. Next one is the equity. That's all quite neutral approach. And followed by the subordinated debt, and then finally by the senior debt. So what you see is, if you want to touch senior debt, you need a very valid and robust structure that works as a cushion against the senior debt, so that what you can stand here is a 55% loss of capital, and you can still serve the senior debt. Depending on how the interest rate on this or the dividends on this are concluded and are structured, that can also be applied to any coupon payment or any interest rate payment. So it's always following this waterfall structure, and you see then the risk is going from bottom to the top, and the waterfall is going from top to the bottom. And this is something that we have seen many times in other market segments. The challenge here is it's a blended structure. So you need commercial banks involved, you need capital markets involved, and this is something that is really challenging, because to bring the interest of private development banks and commercial banks together is always a challenge, and something that is really demanding. But from a risk point of view, this is something that can really deliver value.
Just start to present the idea for the discussion, but have the discussion after lunch. So we should have in 5 minutes present the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
First, to give an inspiration.
Yeah.
But we have after lunch 20 minutes the discussion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, so you could see like some presentations were a lot shorter than expected. So we are a bit ahead of the program, but I think after the last 2 days, maybe also not too bad. So that we would now present a bit like the idea we had for the discussion, so that you just get an idea, can reflect over lunch, and then after lunch we continue with the session, but we will try to move everything a bit earlier so that we maybe finish also a bit earlier today. Yeah, we can really see that you already are really tired. So let's try. So Marcus,
No problem.
you're fit.
Let's go ahead.
Maybe we need to do some exercises.
No, what we discuss internally and also with our expert at Frankfurt School is that we ask ourselves what is the idea behind the IDFC club, and I mean, my impression here is, and Christine was involved already a couple of times, that you developed a certain trust among each other. So you know each other, you meet again, you have constant exchange on certain subjects. So something that we think you can build on. And what we got in mind was the idea of a syndication structure. I mean, you know what how a syndicated bond issuance works. There's one lead manager. He's the one who knows about the credit, if it's a company or a government who is behind the loan, the bond issue. He is holding the contact, and he is inviting others to a consortium, to a syndicate, to participate in the placement of that bond. And the others usually involved know the lead manager, know his expertise, and say, okay, if he is recommending to issue that bond, we can easily follow and take a tranche. And we want to bring that concept to the expertise that is among all of you here and also in your institutions on methodologies. Because what we see here and what we hear is that mostly all of you know about everything. In some areas more, in some areas less. And what we propose is that you probably develop something like a methodology expert lead, so that there's someone from this circle here, maybe one of the more senior, larger development banks, that holds the expertise on one or two particular methodologies. So they have the expertise, they are ones you can approach, and then it's very welcome that there's a circle around it of tier 2 and tier 3 banks that probably have such projects in their country or have other experiences that can contribute to building up that knowledge. So the idea is to build or to bundle expertise in one or a handful of institutions on one or two, it's up to you, methodologies. And that means in the next context that you should more get engaged among each other to finance these projects. And that also means if one institution that is in charge of one methodology is deeply into the due diligence process and into analyzing and is inviting others, you can say, okay, we know what they're talking about. We are also partially involved in this methodology, and we can easily join that funding process for that methodology, so that you develop a certain syndicated universe where the different main methodologies are distributed among the major banks involved. This is the one idea, and the corresponding idea then would be on the funding side. We had in mind that probably a joint issuance of a bond could help where everybody is in charge of giving his credit for the repayment. But the effect then would be if there are private banks that have different credit ratings, that the bond finally will be rated with the rating of the highest rating bank involved. That would be a natural approach. But among each other, you can decide who is bearing which part, and to the outside, everybody is responsible. So that's a common approach in the bond market, and this combining with this idea of methodology experts, I think we see as a nice combination to bring this market on a global level forward and to benefit from the IDFC club idea.
Yeah, so thanks very much. So we would pick up on this idea after. Okay, so and as Markus said, that's just an idea which we came across when we are observing the different persons here in the room, and also seeing that it's a quite already established network. So it's just a kind of an experiment to discuss about it. We will pick it up after lunch. And now I think we would first go outside to make the group photo and have lunch, and we will meet back again at 2:20. And for the ones who just joined, we are a bit ahead of the program, but we try to shift everything that we are finishing a bit earlier today to give people a bit more time to come down and get some energy again, because I think the energy level is decreasing. So who is taking the lead for the photo? Christina? You? So everyone is following Christina. So let's try to keep our pace today, that we maybe can come back to the hotel slightly earlier than the days before. Now it's here. Do you want to maybe short remind about this idea? So because I think Christian was the only one who was not here, because we wanted to have a discussion. It was just an idea we had in the background, and then to hear a bit back from the group what's the thought about it. So I would hand over back to Markus to shortly explain the idea, and then looking forward to what were your thoughts over this over lunch.
Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome back from this lovely lunch. By the way, I think food is excellent here. Very good. So yeah, let me again summarize what the concept is we developed here. It's about the group and the IDFC club members, and the idea of implementing methodology knowledge hubs with one lead expert and a group of participating banks around it that will support it. I have some examples here, like there's the one PDBA, which is a cookstove expert and has also cookstove in its portfolio. And then there are others that have expertise in MRV for cookstoves, or they have also projects and did a research about the FNRB data for the region, so that there are groups with one lead expert that stand for special methodologies, and that you among the club members here will distribute this knowledge and implement these hubs. And everybody knows, if I have a problem here with the project I want to acquire, which partner to approach, and maybe have a cross look at the documentation or the project itself. And the corresponding idea is then to do funding instruments, or launch funding instruments altogether with a handful or maybe or the full club here emitting a bond, and that the lower rated PDBs can indirectly benefit from the higher rated PDBs. Finally, it depends on the internal arrangements and who is responsible for which part of that bond to be redeemed.
So then a bit like the question to the plenum. First, like any like objection like that you say directly, no, absolutely nothing to follow for whatever reason, or some first thoughts on this? Because it was just something we came up when we were discussing a bit like observing like the members, seeing a bit like really the difference. And also I think that in terms of engagement, experience, and also I think like we know that development banks have not, or something's cutting down the staff amount of persons. So a volunteer to start.
Yeah, yes, it's Kano.
My bill will be interesting this time. So just to understand a little bit better the what will be the use of the methodology to be presented, for example, in the Paris Agreement creating mechanism, to be applied in our regions, just to understand a little bit what kind of methodology, because the example is efficient cook stoves. So that's very technical. That's for the development of emission reduction projects in that sector.
Yeah, yeah, it's about having the ability and the knowledge to analyze those projects under that methodology efficiently. And it's what we think is that it's not necessary that all of you have that knowledge. I mean, you can know a little bit about it, but it would be better if you can ask somebody where you know, okay, if they have a look at it, then it's easier for us to say yes to that project or no. So that, because I mean, it's a waste of capacity that everybody has so much knowledge about different methodologies, different kind of projects. That's the idea behind it.
Just to mention that as part of our strategy in carbon markets, we are also developing methodologies in several relevant sectors for the region. Agricultural is one of the methodologies as part of some grants and as part of a credit operation in the agricultural sector. And also recently, along with the Metro of Sao Paulo, by the way, we also are considering the updating of the existing bus rapid transportation and modal shift methodologies for bus rapid transportation, to update those methodologies for the development of a project in the Sao Paulo Metro. And that also could be part of our interest, but as part of the credit operations, not like something additional, a new business line, but as part of the credit operations.
And would, if somebody other from that circle here would be interested in credits from that project, would he approach you and ask for advice, or would they do it on their own, their due diligence?
Well, at the time of the CDM, we were working closely with Grutter Consulting. Maybe you have heard of them several times.
Yeah.
And basically, we paid the methodologies that were applied in Latin America and the Caribbean for the metro system and for cable cars, also bus rapid transportation.
Yeah.
And recently, we started a project with funds from the GCF. The title of that project is Emotion, promoting electric vehicles and modal shift in several countries of Latin America. And what we have realized is that the existing methodologies are not in the current state of the art to correctly estimate the baselines and the expected emission reductions of those projects. So initially we'll be with a consultant, but for sure would be great to have support from other development banks on this effort.
Yeah.
Maybe now, thank you.
Well, from my side, I generally I like the idea of working together and maybe doing a due diligence together. That's a nice and good idea. In practice, I mean, it probably depends. On the one hand, we are banks, so I think none of us will be the ultimate methodology expert and going into the last bit of the detail of any methodology. For that, we would probably always rely on consultants and on specialized people. But of course, everyone needs to know what he's talking about. So every bank needs to have a sound understanding of what the risks are and how these methodologies work. So this understanding needs to be there. And then, of course, we would probably have to look into it. What are the roles of the individual partners? So if one is financing and one is purchasing, then there might be different risks that need to be addressed. And in that sense, the due diligence needs to be probably slightly different. That's why I'm not sure if we can completely rely on one partner. If one partner is doing the due diligence for his financial risk because he's financing, and the other one is purchasing and has different risks to look at. So there are some different factors. But what could be thought of course, is to rely on the same data that someone has procured and someone has done the first analysis and sharing these documents. This would be probably quite helpful already.
So, no, maybe we first ask our dear colleagues. So we have so many colleagues from DBSA. So,
thanks, Christina. It's something that we can certainly consider. I think we'll take it back, have a discussion with the colleagues, and then we'll be in touch. I mean, there's always conversations going on through the Alvino, through Alvino. No, I think there is. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff that was covered by Kumesh. There are a few other things that Sloshny is working on, so there are opportunities.
we get also like opinions from someone else.
Work together. So we will be lucky to learn from the IDFC members that are already in advance in this topic. So we are, as I said, with Omar, with CDG and CDG Capital, which is a subsidiary, we are working on to set in place the whole infrastructure with another entities in Morocco. So we need really to learn from others, and why not? It's really a great initiative.
You need to turn it into an initiative if you're interested. So, okay.
An additional point. Following the comment of the colleague, we are financial institutions. Our duty is in the development of methodologies for emission reduction projects, but we can, like a multilateral development group, ally with institutions, research institutions, UNFCCC, the Med Panel, with that kind of institutions, and maybe what we can do is piloting those methodologies in create operations in the projects we are funding. Maybe that could be a win-win approach for this.
Yeah, would automatically bring in much more knowledge because you have to all the due diligence behind it. So, but I'm thinking also about more. I mean, you have much more capacity on that than any smaller development bank, and they could benefit from it, and also can bring in extra expertise if special technologies are just happening in their country, and they learn about it because they are involved. I mean, that would also help. I think it's a matter of coordination.
Can we also get a feedback from BNDS colleagues? Oh, she left here, leaves a bit like, I think, poor Marta, because I don't know how much chance you had to join the discussion. Do you have a thought on this? We do not commit you to anything, don't worry.
Yes. Well, I think it's always good to, I mean, knowledge sharing is always good. And I think we have um, to use more the infrastructure of the IDFC. I mean, we do work together, we make this kind of training, we do a lot of knowledge sharing, but I think we have to maybe advance in something more concrete, like, I don't know, a fund or something like that, you know, something more that we will get into the projects in the end that to develop our countries.
IDFC members at 98% are all PDBs. So except for CDG and CDC, which are the caisses. So we are mobilizing capital from the sovereign and pension funds, which is different from the PDBs. I think that this diversity can really create something which is new, and we can work together on developing methodology, and why not creating together something that we can work for the region.
Like the inspiration from their side. Now you just need to next time when you need feedback, then to rely on this.
Well, maybe, I mean, now we discussed this option of going into methodologies, doing them together, or relying on the other one to do the methodology and to do a due diligence. It could be also a further division of labor and saying one party is dealing with the carbon credits as such and is doing all this carbon credit work, and the other one is relying or is doing the financing part of it. And then one has to deal with the methodology stuff, but that's then his job or the job of this institution, and the other one is just financing. And this could go in both ways. I mean, from KfW side, I think we could do both, either only financing, and we would be happy if someone else took part of the carbon market part of this side of the deal, and it could be also the other side, that we say, okay, we'll try to do something with the carbon credits. We'll look for buyers, or we purchase them on our own book, and someone else provides co-financing for the project finance, for the underlying finance, which would be extremely helpful. And then again, as you suggest, not both parties would have to be experts in methodologies and doing things, only one of them.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think we have to improvise this whole day, because I think our speaker is not online. Tavanna, you didn't see him neither. So I think, as we do not want to delay the program, I think we just then would say that we continue with session 3.5. And hopefully he's dialing in within the next half an hour so that we can switch it. And we're trying to get our BNDES colleagues to present the project. We are visiting tomorrow 1 hour earlier so that we can really finish a bit earlier. And, you know, so it's all slightly a bit different today. So the idea was normally we'd have a presentation. Now with the switch, we have directly 2 discussions after the other. But on the other side, maybe if people have now to talk when they're tired, it's maybe also good to get like their attention. And the idea was also like I think you got a lot of input over the last 2.5 days. So about understanding like the changes which are coming up. And then the question was now to really reflect, as we have so many different institutions in the room, what is actually the implication on your institutions? And for this discussion, we have just prepared like 3 questions, but also feel free if you think we have missed one of the discussions to first to combine it. So, Markus, would you like to set the frame for the discussion?
Yeah, just a very, very small reminder and the essence of what has really changed from Kyoto to Paris. So what we're talking about is coming from a top-down approach based on concrete reductions obligations measured in CO2 tons and obligation of 36 Annex 1 countries, to a system which is a bottom-up approach now, It's targeting a degree that should be undergone, and all countries are now involved, and they all have to commit their contribution, not reaching hopefully the 2 degrees. And we mentioned that already a few times today. It's not about reducing tons, it's about showing that your NDC is reaching or helps to reach that objective, degree objective. With regard to the instruments, we had 2 baseline and credit principles under Kyoto, JI and CDM. 6.2 is the successor of JI, and 6.4 the one of the CDM. And international emission trading, which was the EAU emission rights trading among the 36 countries under Kyoto, are now replaced by the possibility, but this is only a sideshow, that you can bring in your carbon trading by 6.2 if you get engaged with another country. That is nothing that is, to my knowledge, on any agenda so far, but this is under Paris that is possible. So there is no real successor to cap and trade. The cap is defined by the local NDCs of the countries involved.
Sorry, sorry, we are trying to manage in the background, but the situation. So the first question we would like to put in the room is like, in which way has Paris changed the way your institution screens or prioritize investments? I think we would go one after the other question, and if something is missing as well. But so we give the others first the floor to see. More in terms really of operations or strategic implications. Okay. So really more concretely.
All right. So I think from a DBSA perspective, the Paris Agreement has certainly influenced, our investment screening process, largely because of the work we do with the UNFCCC mechanism. So since our accreditation with the likes of the Green Climate Fund around 2015-16, we had a number of programs that were approved under the GCF, and a lot of those facilities were embedded within DBSA, and we tried to use existing screening committees or processes in order to try and mainstream climate within the bank. So I think for us, the driving factor for that, of course, is the Paris goals in terms of how we position DBSA as a DFI to support NDCs, and the mechanism to do that, over the last few years has largely been, through climate finance, blended finance mechanisms, and hopefully now with this training, carbon finance would be another opportunity that we'd like to explore. So I think we've seen core climate criteria being embedded within some of the monitoring indicators that we normally typically wouldn't have included. So with the embedding of these climate facilities, we've seen GHG emission reductions being quite core indicator within our development results framework. So it didn't happen overnight. It took some time to embed those elements. So yeah, I think we've gone a long way over the last decade, where Paris has influenced the way we operate and screen projects, where climate has now come to the fore. But also what we're also seeing biodiversity as well. So it's not just whether projects are becoming climate positive, but also whether nature positive as well. Yeah, so I think maybe that's where Kumesh, I think the framework would allow those elements to also assist in terms of how we position ourselves. But I don't know, maybe Kumesh, you would like to come in terms of how you see this impacting the carbon finance, I guess, framework that the board approved.
I think to support what Mohammed has said, the carbon markets framework will be an important document that will help us to align with the Paris Agreement. And I think it will also bring some new risks and challenges to the bank, because I'm thinking already with the last 3 days, I'm thinking that from a DBSA perspective, we need to have some quick wins to demonstrate carbon finance in the bank. So from a risk perspective, we will probably have to possibly look at parking your nature-based, that's my personal view, nature-based for now, and might be just first prove the concept in the bank with other low-hanging fruits like your biochar and so forth. But I think, yeah, I think carbon markets definitely going forward will play an important role in helping the bank to support the Paris goals and our national NDCs.
So I also forgot to mention that the bank also had to issue a net zero statement. I think it was probably 2022, where we've made the statement. So we know obviously need to achieve. It's an ambition, but my feeling is the big emphasis now is how do we actually achieve that, and I think the role of carbon finance would be quite key. We've obviously seen the other mechanisms supporting those net zero targets, but it's beyond just to what extent can we mobilize climate mechanisms to achieve those targets, but it's important that you also mainstream these elements within your normal course of business, and that's the only way you're going to achieve net zero.
Something to add from any other colleagues from? No? So maybe we ask first, you have been really, really quiet the last 2.5 days, but this is something you may also can someone give like. So how this change in the carbon market is influencing your institutions?
Very briefly, for those who don't know, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, it's a very old institution, but very young in the international cooperation arena. And indeed, we were involved in the Italian cooperation system only more or less 10, yeah, exactly, almost 10 years now. And 3 years ago was established the Italian Climate Fund, which is our main instrument to be compliant and to contribute to the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And this gave us a really strong push, both internally for developing all the strategies and the tools and the procedures to be actually able to operationalize projects and approve them and have them rightly implemented, but also to be part of the more broader conversations on climate, environment and climate finance. This, of course, changed a lot also the prioritization of our projects, because now, I mean, with the Italian Climate Fund, projects must be compliant with mitigation and adaptation objectives. And we have quite a very strict due diligence, I would say, to be compliant with this. With regard to the carbon finance or carbon credits, for now, these are not eligible for the Italian Climate Fund, and this is precisely why we are here, to understand how we can actually operationalize it, and also in terms of national reporting to UNFCCC and OECD to be able to avoid the double counting and double dipping and so on and so forth. So, yeah, that's it in a nutshell. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything.
Maybe just add that's mainly the point for us, that the scope of the Italian Climate Fund was to increase the amount of climate finance mobilized by Italy. And that's why we have troubles at the moment with the carbon credits, since, of course, it would not be part of and wouldn't allow to report more climate finance. So that's mainly a point that we would like to tackle and that we are tackling at the moment right now.
Interesting. So we see the challenges are slightly different in the institutions. So
Here.
here are great now.
Ye- Yes, exactly. And we are working as well with the CDP we have organized the session with CDP team in Morocco, so to discuss about water and to exchange if we can put in place a kind of water fund locally in Morocco. So so same as CDP, but they already began before us. So we are approving our climate strategy next month in our ExCom. So with the net zero strategy, so in line with the CDA, NDC Paris Agreement. What is changing? So with our strategic plan CAP 2030, we have already in our policy, finance and policy, included 5 sectors which have a real impact on the 3 pillars of sustainable development. So energy transition, water, clean mobility, connectivity, and sports. And in this regard, so we and every other project which has really real impacts on the 3 pillars. This is something which is already approved on 2024. It's included as well in our work done for the climate strategy. And within the climate strategy, we have included the due diligence, ESG and climate due diligence. We are starting step by step, slowly, so to really create this kind of adhesion of the different entities and subsidiaries within the group. We have almost 130 subsidiaries. So it's not really easy to set in place this kind of strategy and monitor the implementation of the due diligence, ESG and climate due diligence in the context of regulations, which is really the best effort at this stage in Morocco. We are always in the best effort approach. So the central bank already included some requirements for ENS reporting. So they are preparing ISSB reporting as well. So we are including step by step these elements to our risk cartography and our reporting system. But we are confident that as the Caisse du Dépôt, which is because we don't have really a national development bank locally, we are a national development bank locally, even if it's not written on our status. But we are confident that we are playing this role. And for the carbon market, we are leading the setting in place of kind of platform, so to manage funds from the Norway. And Morocco has already signed different other bilateral term sheets with other countries like the Korea, like the Singapore, and the Sweden as well. So we would like to test this platform within the Norway, and after that duplicate to the other term sheets. So this is why we are here. We are here with this training to learn more about how to set in place the infrastructure, the MRV, the registries, etc. And we are working with the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Finance to set in place all these blocks to set in place the ecosystem.
A lot going on. So what about either Chaika or...
Thank you for PDSMI. I think in terms of how the Paris Agreement changed the way, I think one is basically sustainable financing portfolios is growing more. So before, I think back in 2023, the portfolio for sustainable development, it was only like 9% of our total portfolios, and now it's around 26.1%, if I'm not mistaken, of our total portfolio. So it's growing in numbers, and then Second, we are basically becoming an enabler for climate financing. So we're actually the first Asian entity that received GCF accreditation. And so we're basically, that enables us to tap into the funding from the GCF, but at the moment we're still tapping into the PPF, the project preparation facility of the GCF. Yeah, and then I think the third one is regarding the climate impact assessment. So we just commissioned a PCAF finance emission report back in 2024. So everything is pretty new for us, and hopefully by joining this training, we can, PDSMI can learn more from the peers. Thank you.
Yeah. No, of course, I mean, the Paris Agreement has changed quite a lot. So KfW has a Paris alignment strategy on corporate level. And within the strategy, we've got a target of net zero by 2045, in line with the European target. And in this target, we've got several instruments. So we have sectoral guidelines which guide us towards Paris alignment, which tell us exactly what we can still finance, what we cannot finance anymore, and what we will not be able to finance at a certain point of time anymore. So which sectors and which technologies. So everything that has to do with fossil will be faded out quickly, or is faded out already, or it will be faded out. And of course, we've got a greenhouse gas management system that looks at it, that checks if we are on the right track. So we can see that. And when it comes to project level, there we've got a screening system which we call climate mainstreaming, in which we check all the risks, every project, the climate related risks, and then we make an assessment if the project needs to be changed in its structure and its design, or if it can remain, and how we can deal with it. So there are several elements in our Paris alignment strategy. When it comes to carbon finance, to carbon markets, then of course, well, I mean, we've been quite strong in carbon markets some years back. We are not anymore, at least not at this time. We may become stronger again. And for the time being, carbon markets don't really play a big role, at least not looking at the whole portfolio. Then it's a tiny element in the whole portfolio.
Yeah, so we wrote just Paris, but our underlying idea, as we were like discussing the last 2.5 days, just on like what is the implication of the Paris Agreement on the carbon markets. So that this was a bit like our idea. So maybe someone from BNDS? Now you can.
No, I talked with Marta. We'll try to do some kind of joint answer because it's a quite long answer. So we'll try to answer almost everything at once because I believe it's easier. So we have been in this NDC journey, and that has to do also with the local policies. So we have the climate plan, right, since 2009, if I'm not wrong. We also have our social environmental policy established in 2015, and then we started to align all our procedures with the climate plan, the national climate plan. And we have been a big lender of renewables for a while, more than 20 years, but we are trying to move to other critical NDC sectors for Brazil, because we have a very different emission profile, and much more related to land use change, deforestation, agriculture than energy. That's the usual in the world. So what we are putting into place, so Marta is the executive who is responsible for mapping our scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. You can say in further details. We also structured in a specific area to analyze social environmental risk. So we have a team specialized only in social environmental risk with a specific risk matrix and how it aligns with our climate strategy, which also Marta is responsible. And in parallel, we are moving our what we call our financial products to be much more related to climate. So we are now allocating $1 billion in 7 different capital market funds, private equity and private debt related to industrial. Some of them are related to industry decarbonization, and others are related to nature-based solutions, since it's important for us. In parallel, I represent also BNDES, but also BNDES in the Brazilian country platform. Through the country platform, we are tackling big projects that need usually big capex as well, $1 billion or above. How can we make them happen and bring bankability to them? Some of them through new mechanisms, some of them through also carbon credits will be needed. So we are working together with our equities division, our lending division to structure new products carbon related. We tried to buy carbon credits to work somehow as not a repo, but somehow as a market maker of carbon credits 3 years ago. But we decided that it was not really the right time, since we believe that voluntary carbon markets are not enough to make this happen in the country. So now we have our cap and trade system coming into place this year. So we believe that we can come back and work as a market maker in the next few months. But what we're trying to say is that we're trying to make all a complex matrix of activities coming together to make our journey come through. So in a nutshell, it would be, how can we bring bankability to material projects? How can we make our equity division more active in climate-related funds and investments to make capital market go deeper into, to induce capital markets to become more specialized in the theme in the country? How can we make our climate strategy more present in the process of the bank? And what we are trying to do, and that's my role, how can we structure new blended finance and capital market products to take more risk in some specific moments of the projects, especially when you have a pre-completion kind of risks or green premium or take risks. So how can we share risk and bring new investors to make those complex projects come into life? So that's more or less of our journey, but Marta can say much better than me some of these topics.
Just complementing with, because BND, actually Brazil has a climate policy since 2009, and we have our financial instrument for this policy is the Brazilian Climate Fund, and BNDES operates this fund since 2009. So since then we have a journey in the climate subject in the bank, and actually before that as well, but you know, things were growing and growing. And I'm going to talk about how we advanced in this last 2.5 years. Well, the Climate Fund, as Gabriel has presented here, took a size completely different from before. We have, you know, we have gone to billions of reais instead of 100 millions. We had a jump, and because of that, we have made obrigatório, how do you say obrigatório? Mandatory. The projects have to calculate avoided emissions or removals emissions to have the climate funding. So this now is mandatory, so we can monitor the results of the project. So this is huge, and so because of that, we used to have tools to calculate the avoided emissions from the project since 2012, I think. And in this last 2.5 years, we have developed 32 calculators for many sectors. They are all in BNDES site, so they are public. You know, you can have all the formulas, the formulation is there, the methodologies report are also there. So I think this jump, this really have made the bank reach another level of supporting climate projects in Brazil and helping Brazil achieve its NDC. And we have many policies, sector policies. As Felipe said, we have an environmental and social and climate risk assessment of the projects. We have a division specialized in that. So we also monitor the highest risks projects and relating to carbon markets. BNDES has been following the public policy, the implementation of the Brazilian ETS, and we have presented here everything that we are executing about carbon credits in Brazil. So we are financing projects, we are developing new finance instruments, we are developing a study on certification gaps. So BNDES is doing a lot of things, but certainly the Paris Agreement has helped BNDES accelerate these agendas.
Just to and overall, so looking at the future, we're trying to make to help companies to have some kind of standard, like what we saw with we'll talk with Petrobras as well, but I believe that Marcus presented it. We are trying to foster companies to have some kind of standard offtake contract, so that this contract of carbon off-taking may be used as a collateral in the future. So that's one thing that we're trying to build for the future, and make somehow this standard to work, right? So I believe that's because lack of collateral, it's especially in nature-based solutions, the major issue. We are trying to develop new blended finance schemes, also with companies or with other DFIs. That's quite important for us. And how can we make these blended schemes to have some concessionality regarding those projects that are not yet viable? So that's quite important for us also. And I believe that's the major thing. And we are thinking about also how can we do some kind of linked loan to take some risk, to absorb some green premium risk into the balance sheet of the bank. Since we know that big industrial projects, they have important green premium risks. So looking at the future, we're thinking about how should we absorb some part of this risk. And regarding specifically about carbon markets, we can use them as an upside, as DBSA showed. So we're thinking about that as well. And also, how should we cope with the Brazilian ETS system that's coming into place, if you should do some kind of market making and so on and so forth. That's what we're seeing for the next, I don't know, 1 to 2 years.
Oh, 1 to 2 years. So when we meet, then we can see what happened in the meantime. So before we close this session, I would like to pick up the last question. Like, what is your opinion? Like, would carbon revenues become more important for project viability than 5 years ago, due to the close exchange with emerging market, mandatory markets? So it's not relevant now for, I think, some of the countries, but for the more emerging markets. What do you think after all the discussions we had?
I'm gonna repeat a little bit what Philippe said, but yeah, because Brazilian ETS is not in place yet, but we are looking forward. So we are already, I mean, BNDES have a lot of clients. We have a portfolio of hard to abate projects, and these are the ones that are going to be regulated. And so BNDES and besides that, in the law, BNDES is going to receive the revenues from the system to invest in the hard to abate sectors. There are clients that are being regulated. So BNDES is going to have a very important role in the Brazilian ETS. So we are thinking ahead. We have started thinking about new instruments to help them to achieve their emissions reductions that they will have to do it. But right now we are in the moment of building things because we are not there yet. And about the voluntary market and the questions of how important is the carbon credits revenue for the projects. I mean, the restoration projects that are being contracted, that like Marcus and Rodrigo told us, they are becoming more and more important, but they are not only the only revenues from the project. So agroforestry is very important too. And so we have to develop these new instruments to make these projects more viable, because right now we have supported them with very subsidized credit. So we have to move ahead because our ETS is coming and the voluntary market is going to be part of it. And we have to develop all this infrastructure to make the carbon credits, this market really happen in Brazil.
Would someone else pick up this question?
If you want, just if you want. Just if you want. Just to mention that far beyond the potential revenue resulting from the carbon credits is the opportunity of having certified emission reductions, allowing our trade operations to become carbon neutral. Because at the end of the day, the income maybe will alleviate partially some financial barriers faced by the projects, but the point is carbon neutrality. So that's the relevant element of the carbon markets.
So any contributions before we wrap up? Yeah, Mohamed.
Sorry, just a brief one. I think my view is that the other climate mechanisms are becoming increasingly constrained. I mean, we're already experiencing this, with the likes of your Green Climate Fund, etc. And we need to start looking at alternatives. So I think for me, the carbon market opportunities are going to be probably key, to unlock opportunities to meet the NDC targets outside the UNFCCC mechanisms, or it should at least try and complement, what we can do with the other UNFCCC mechanisms. So I think part of what during the training, the online training sessions, one of the questions was around, can carbon markets operate in a complementary manner to other concessional finance that you attract from the GCF, where there's no double counting and there's clear attribution. So for me, I think that's going to be quite key, and hopefully If we can advance this as another opportunity for the bank, you know, it will allow us to achieve those net zero objectives, despite the constraints that we are seeing, you know, with the GCF.
So, no comments? Good. Then I would say, I think we were really just starting this session when we got the information that our online speaker, that James is online. So I really apologize, James. It's like we were a bit trying to improvise, but I hope you can hear us. James, can you hear us? Did we lose him?
Maybe his mic is.
Ah. Okay, so apparently at least he can hear us. We are trying to solve this problem on our side, but just for everyone who had a look at the program, there was a short change. So James Stewart is taking over the presentation of the World Bank on carbon revenues as a result-based incentive mechanism. So first, thanks very much for taking over this presentation. And I think you could already listen that we have here in the room quite a lot of different public development banks, and I think it might be also interesting to see that they're working on different areas and also facing different bottlenecks. So I think it would be really interesting to listen now to your presentation, and then hopefully you can hear us now. Can you talk try it?
Can you hear me?
But it's really, again, really not loud. Can you make it louder?
Can you hear? It's good on my end. I don't know where to.
1 second, James. We can hear you, but it's really they need to increase like the volume on our side so that we can actually listen to you. Better. I think you should normally be a moderator so that you can share via the Teams link your presentation so that everyone here in the room can see it.
Hey, can you see it now or no?
Yeah, it's there.
Not yet.
Yeah. It's there.
Is it there?
Second. Now we can see, but we see the presenter mode.
Oh.
It's still really.
Let's see. Let me try it again.
Yeah.
Sorry, we always had tech problems, you know. Okay. Do you see it now, or is it still in presentation mode?
No, we don't see it.
No.
Wait, I can see it here. What? But it, yeah, we can see it, but it's still in the presenter mode. So now
No.
Great. Now we
now.
can see
Good.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Wait a second. We tried your. The audio is still a bit.
Audio is still bad.
Can you talk again?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Loud enough?
No, sorry. We are still working on our technical skills. Can you retry to say something, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Better? Nope.
No, it was already also difficult when Tosta was there, but they increased it.
I can hear you very well.
That's great. We would have to be really, really quiet and listen extremely. The question is whether you can increase the volume of your microphone.
Maybe try.
try. Okay, try.
Yeah, because we can hear this. Yeah.
Okay, mine's up. As high as it goes. Can you hear me? No, still no.
Excuse me, are you using a special microphone or just the audio of the of the computer? Maybe the audio of the computer could be better.
Yeah, I'm using it on the screen. I mean, it's not normally a problem with Teams, but I can try my headset. Let's see.
Maybe this headset is good.
Yeah. Are you using a headset?
No, I'm gonna try.
I cannot listen to your phone.
Как долго здесь можно?
Okay, hold on, I'll try one other.
Know if in the computer it's good or not, because then we can identify it.
Não, é isso que eu tô aqui.
Okay, how
A
about
gente vai
now?
tentar com fone de ouvido no nosso computador para ver.
Is that better?
Can you just speak again, because you see if it's with a headphone we can understand better.
Can you hear now?
So the problem is with his mic, right?
Yeah, the question is whether you can, on your side, there's also sensitivity with the microphone because we can hear ourselves quite loud. Just yours.
How about now?
It's
Here?
better.
It's a bit better.
I would say let's try and start. So we have to be all very quiet.
But where are the speakers? Are the speakers only up there or where?
So I
There are
would
no
say
speakers
everyone
there.
is really, really quiet.
We try.
And thanks very much. And then, yeah, he will. So maybe it's we can first try to share the presentation. Then we will be really like no what, no sound.
Okay, can you hear it all, or am I totally blank?
Yes.
Here? Okay. All right, let's try. And if it doesn't work, then maybe we try a different day. So anyway, so if you can hear, I'll just move along, and then if you have any questions, I won't be able to see hands or anything, so just interject, intervene whenever you have something that hits your interest. Please just intervene. That would be great. So yeah, I'll be judicious with your time, and we'll share the slides and everything. But my name is Jamie Seward, and I'm coming from what we call Carbon Finance Solutions team in the climate department of the World Bank Group. And I listened into the last session, and we had some really interesting things you all were discussing, which sound very related and very connected to what I was asked to talk about here. And it may not be exactly aligned to what you were saying, but anyway, what we're trying to do here in a nutshell is just a little bit get into how we're, at least at the World Bank Group, how we're thinking about leveraging carbon markets to bring additional financing to our client countries, and as well as some of our clients who are private sector. So we have a range of different goals here. And just as a warning, we tend to do very dense slides, so I won't go through everything, and I definitely won't read everything. But the bottom line is, what we're trying to do is a number of things. First of all, we are in our department in particular leveraging different kinds of funds that we've had available from different donors. And I heard you mentioning some in the last session. Now, we don't take on GCF, but we have other money from different kinds of donors, including the UK and Norway and some others, and how we can leverage that in a way where we mobilize other kinds of capital. And some of the ways are sort of listed here. We'll get into some details, but the real key thing here is to figure out ways for, first of all, as a package, we can help clients understand carbon markets from end to end, actually handhold. There's a lot of actual readiness work that goes into it. And then at the end of that chain, the objective here is really to monetize the carbon credits for clients as they generate them. So there's also a bit of a matchmaking there with the markets that we're trying to achieve. So that's sort of the big picture objective. And the way we see it, this is what we call our sort of carbon value chain, if you will, carbon market value chain. But there's the sort of things coming across the screen at the bottom are the various kinds of funds or trust funds that we hold to execute these various 4 buckets of work. And it's all the way from the very upstream, analytics about carbon pricing, analytics around the nationally determined commitments, long-term strategies for climate investment and so forth, all the way up to that level, and then on down into the nitty-gritty nuts and bolts around policy, regulatory frameworks, authorization, all the standards that you're just talking about, Article 6, and compliance markets and so forth, all that work that kind of moves from there into credit generation. And there's a big emphasis that we have. I heard you talking about MRV systems and so forth, registries. We have a big group of people that that's what they concentrate a lot of effort on, in building those systems and working with market players to do that. And then moving into credit generation, where we get into, close to transactional type of engagement, including due diligence on projects that we do in the private sector, projects that we do in the public sector. And then finally, where the new efforts are, which is what I want to talk about mostly today, is new techniques or new structures we can get into to actually leverage the kinds of funding that we have and help primarily de-risk carbon markets, carbon credits, to mobilize them into the markets. So kind of moving away from a sort of more donor-based approach to something that enables markets to come, grow, and over time be the primary driver, be it in the combined side or the voluntary side. And then we have, like I say, all these financial tools that are at the bottom that are really different kinds of funds, trust funds. And then at the very bottom is where our financing comes into play for actual projects. So that would be IBRD for middle income countries, and IDA, International Development Association, which is our low income window of financing that was pretty highly concessional. And then underneath that, we have, of course, private sector engagement with our insurance body, MIGA, and then our IFC private sector arm. So that's what we sort of see as our carbon market value chain. So moving from there, and please again, stop if you have any questions, please intervene. Moving from there, just to mention sort of our starting point, at least in our group and our, I'd say 15, 20 years of experience. And it's not my experience. My career has not been solely focused on carbon. This is relatively new to me, but more on financial structures and sustainable finance. But in the carbon fund world, in the World Bank, this range of activity has been going on for quite a while. And most of it, like I mentioned, is coming from funds that have been given to us over the years by a number of different donors through a bunch of different trust funds. And that's what's on the screen here of these results-based funds. And we have 6 of them. And you can see some of the numbers on the screen in terms of how much has been put out, how many countries are involved, and primarily what they've been doing. So after all that, 2.1 billion or so over all these years, we have about 250 plus, I'd say, available that is unallocated, and that's what we're working with that I'll get into in a minute, how we can do things a little more creatively. So the bulk of what has been done is largely the money is put out in two ways, and one is for technical assistance and readiness for clients to access carbon markets. And then the other piece where the bigger chunk of the money flows is once they're verified emissions reductions, these funds will sign an ERPA, emission reduction purchase agreement, and pay against those results. And so the money comes into us, and then once we verify, we'll pay that out to the countries as a results-based payment. So that's in a nutshell sort of how we've been operating with all these funds. And as mentioned, $1 billion has gone out for 200 million tons of verified emissions reductions. 50 million or so are kind of in the works to be executed. And then some of the other benefits around who we've touched, in terms of livelihoods and hectares afforested and reforested, and so forth. And I will mention, just as a caveat, if you will, most of these funds that have come in, which would be interesting to hear from you about sectors, but most of them, for us anyway, over these years, has come in to focus on forestry specifically. And what we're seeing, across the board and other contexts is a lot of demand, particularly in energy, a lot of demand in waste and waste management, a fair bit in agriculture, and then the other sectors that seem to be coming through are things like transport and in water sector. So we're seeing a varied degree of demand coming through, and so for us, one of the challenges also is how do we pivot some of the funding that we do have available towards these other sectors where we're seeing a lot of demand when we have an existing legacy, say, pot of money that's really geared for forests. That's where we're at. I won't spend too much time on some of those details, but just a few highlight projects, and we'll share this with you. One thing I do want to highlight that we can talk to in some other context, but on the screen, Uzbekistan is an interesting case, and it's the first case that actually just was signed where we're doing what's called policy crediting, and essentially it's a way to reward at a national level policy engagements that have significant emissions reductions impacts, and then on the back of that, selling ITMOs to purchasers like Norway and Sweden and others who want those kinds of credits. And so in this case, this is a fossil fuel subsidy reduction as the core policy that's being credited here under this program. So this is the first of its kind that's been done, and we're trying to figure out ways how we could sort of model that out and roll it to other countries, because it's a unique way of generating carbon credits at a sovereign and national level. And then there's sort of a twist to that where we're also working with private sector operators, including a standard setter for energy transition credits. So it's a similar twist, but very much focused on just the energy sector and moving from largely coal to renewable. And some countries like Philippines and Dominican Republic and Chile are some target countries for that kind of policy level crediting. So this is all new world, new I'd call them experiments that are taking place on the policy crediting side. And then the only other thing I'd highlight here is essentially like the Madagascar case on the screen and Costa Rica on the screen, cases where our funds may have paid for verified emissions reductions, but the intent of all these is to actually generate additional credits, excess, we call them excess emissions reductions, on top of what we've already paid against, meaning those excess ERs can then be sold out into the market. I think Côte d'Ivoire is probably the most successful case where we have, a large number, millions of tons of ERs that then become carbon credits that, in this case, are purchased from their buyer pool. So that's another sort of twist to all these activities. Won't spend a lot of time on IFC. That's the other piece that we've been looking at, and they do a fair amount of private sector deals that are focused on typically funds. I mean, most of the things on the screen are funds that are focused in different ways. Some are agri, some are forestry. We're working with them on a forestry fund now to invest in projects that are generating carbon credits out of reforestation or in some cases waste, and so forth. And some are in your neighborhood in Brazil. So that's an interesting, another angle of our activity, and that involves all the sort of advisory stuff you see on the screen here to help get from origination to execution. So that's another leg of what we're doing. So I want to spend, if we can, most of the time on some different ideas, and we'd love to get some feedback to see if any of this resonates or makes sense or doesn't make sense. But anyway, five different ideas we're pursuing now. And just to mention this whole move, what we're trying to do is move from that whole process whereby we're essentially paying directly against, like an RBCF way, we're paying directly against verified emissions reductions, move from this kind of purchasing role or payment sort of a function to facilitating. So one where we can leverage our funds, and just I'll get into it in a second, and then build capacity to actually access markets instead of relying on different kinds of funds that are just paying out based on results. So that's our shift. This is one of our big challenges. Right now, like I mentioned, it's basically focused at the moment because of our funding base in the forestry sector. So, and I'll go maybe quickly through this just in the interest of time. But there are five different concepts that we're working on at the moment very actively. And it's the first four are using our own funds as part of the base of the capital to make them work. So the first one is a first loss facility to put a first loss into an insurance facility. And this is insurance to cover the letter of authorization risk. It's basically a political risk insurance, but letter of authorization risk for corresponding adjustments for the sale of carbon credits. So yeah, MEGA is our main partner here, but we're talking to other private insurers about this kind of cover. And the first loss, essentially the rationale for this is it's a new market, a new product. Very few have actually been executed. And B, where we're looking at these kinds of transactions are in high risk jurisdictions, meaning high credit risk. So, junk rated types of countries. So you have a dual bit of risk embedded in these insurance products, which limits, if there isn't the first loss, it limits even access at all. And if there is access, it'll be high cost and low volume. So this is why we have the first loss in place. Second one is a credit enhancement, and that's where we'd use our funds as cash collateral that would sit behind the issuance either by a sovereign or a sub-national to go out into the capital markets cheaper rates. And then what we'd have here, what we're looking at is linked financing, sustainable linked financing, but in this case, kind of carbon linked financing, where the key performance indicators are hinged on, in this case, forestry or carbon credit generation results. So the connection there is less about purchasing carbon credits, it's more about enhancing debt that then can go finance, like if there's savings, that it goes into forest conservation. And then the connector with carbon credits is the KPI, if you will. Third piece, price floor guarantees is something we hear in the market quite a bit from developers and banks. Is how can you secure upfront financing in a way that's coherent and certain? And there's not a real easy way to do that. And the one thing that we're basically hearing more and more is to offer a price floor guarantee to the developer, which de facto becomes a bit of an offtake guarantee to enable those developers to go to banks, for example, to access funds, upfront financing to actually do the project. So that's another way where we use our own funds to put that guarantee into place. And then the fourth one using our funds is sort of seed capital. And it's kind of a first loss, but we're seeing carbon funds emerging. And there's one in particular in Africa that we're working with under this broad Ascent program that we have. And the goal of that is to get 300 million new household connections to electricity. And so underneath that, a very small pilot we're looking at is essentially to put both seed capital and liquidity behind a carbon fund that's run at a region. So again, this is something where these kind of facilities don't exist. And so to get them started and have credibility to issue any kind of guarantees, the carbon fund needs capital. So that's the fourth one. And the final one, the team organizing this asked about outcome bonds. And that's not necessarily new. I think we've done 5 or 6 as the World Bank Group. It's not a climate department product, but anyway, we've done a bunch of these, and most of the recent 3 or 4 of them, I guess, have been carbon linked. So that's also something we can discuss, but the whole goal here, we can get into details if you want, but the whole goal is essentially to issue a World Bank bond, and the coupon is the piece at risk that can be, is basically foregone by investors. That capital then goes, its present value taken and put to a project for upfront capital. And if the project succeeds, the investors get paid back. I mean, it's an impact bond, if you want to call it that. So there's been a number of those done already and have proven some success, and most are in carbon related areas. So maybe I'll pause there, and then I can get into each one of these things in detail, or we can take some questions now.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I think it was really interesting. So who's the first volunteer for a question?
Or if you want me to get into more details of each of these, that's fine too. I have slides for those, so
Great.
you tell me.
So is there either a question or something you would like to learn a bit more about? That's yes. So shortly, maybe also.
Thank you. Tuso Morake from the DBSA. I just wanted you to maybe just assist with the unpacking of the policy crediting, the one that you mentioned in Uzbekistan, and what it entails and the process thereof. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, and I hesitated to mention it because I actually don't have slides to share, but I can share after this some separate material. But yeah, I mean it's a bit in concept it's actually simple. It's complicated to execute, but basically in a nutshell, there's a whole methodology behind the calculation of the impact of the policy on emissions reductions. So that at the national level is what's essentially being credited against, if you will. And or the other piece on this Uzbekistan thing is also, and or the other or part is actually funding from our funds as a results-based payment. So it's actually a hybrid of results-based payment plus, the intention is to do the ITMO sales of these credits. And so it really hinges on that methodology and acceptance under the standard to take on this credit by the buyer. And so like in the more specific case, which I think is probably easier to understand, probably makes more sense in the South Africa case, is on the energy transition credits. And so there's a standard setter, Winrock, who's put together the energy transition crediting standard, which is out for consultation and should be approved soon. And then on that basis, the idea here is then the policy in shifting away from coal production to renewables. Again, the methodology underneath, it's essentially stepped down as you succeed in each iteration, the credits are sort of generated, so to speak. And then the off-taker, will get delivery at that point. So it's a very simple sounding concept, but it has a lot of complexity. So in the case of Dominican Republic, I'll just say that as an example. The issue here is one of the more technical challenges that the independent power producers and others who are involved in the mix have to give up their rights to sell carbon credits. So the government, is not double counting when they sell the transition credits. So there's a complexity even in that where, we're trying to figure out, well, how do we solve for that? Where those who are giving up rights to cash flow, are in some form compensated. And the thesis is the transition credits will sell for, let's say, $20 a ton, whereas right now, renewables credits these guys could potentially sell are more like 3 or 2 or 5. So, you know, that delta in between, you know, compensate those who are giving up the rights. And then that excess funding that'll be generated can then be plowed, like in that case, they need massive transmission line investments. That money goes through the government and then to transmission line. So I mean, it would be something maybe DBSA would be kind of in the middle of, you know, in terms of intermediating potentially. Anyway, I hope that explains it. And I can, like I said, I can share material once we're done.
Do you have another question?
Thank you, Kumesh Naidu from also the DBSA. I wanted to find out, is the bank involved in developing any carbon insurance products to mitigate issuance risk?
Good question. I mean, the short answer is not yet. But I think we're kind of going step by step in the insurance space. And so, you know, the first line on the screen here, the first loss is really effectively this PRI product, but specific to letters of authorization for the corresponding adjustment. That's the first, and partly because our main partner here is our own entity, MIGA, which their first sort of line and most familiar product is PRI insurance. So I think that's where we're kind of starting. And then, but I will say we're in discussions with some of the players, market players, Kita and Oka, and some of the firms that offer carbon credit insurance, and they offer a wider range of products. So it's something that we're looking at, you know, and exploring, but it's a new area, frankly. So we're trying to start in the area where at least our partners are most familiar with to get this off the ground. So.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? No, I don't think so. It was already also, it's the third day of the training and was quite intense already. So thanks very much for doing this presentation.
Okay, sure. And we'll send the slides because there's like more information here and all these details and so forth. So, you know, we're happy to discuss it and share everything. And if you have follow-ups, please feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will upload it so everyone has access. So now we have like a short coffee break and we have just to wait. So our colleagues on DBSA try to come in earlier, but we're also waiting for the translator. So as soon as they are, we are starting with the last session of the evening. So just maybe remain not too far away. So we hopefully at 4, I think we hope to be able to start, or we at least finish a bit earlier. Thanks very much. And take a coffee, take some small sweets. They're really sweet here. Really? Okay. So I was just informed that the project will be then presented in the auditorium, but I think they will pick us up. So, yeah, just here. So just to be aware, it's not here, but we'll find you if you're here. Is there anything you would like to say for tomorrow? Yeah, I'll send you the times of the transportation. Just for tomorrow, like from the logistical part, Tavanna will send the information with the pickup via WhatsApp, as you know. And basically, it will be around 8, depending on the hotel.
Yes, exactly. So there will be a van that will be leaving BNDES with BNDES colleagues, and all of us that are staying at the hotels at Copacabana, we will live together in a minibus. So not the same vans that you're used to. It will be a bigger car, and I'll send you the... Yeah, so dress cool. You don't need to dress up, close shoes. You can walk in the mud if you want to, but you're not obligated to. There will be a very good lunch as well that you already made your choices. So yeah, it will be a cool day. The weather is not that nice though, but still, it will be good to visit. And take your water bottles as well. Be hydrated. And we will finish earlier tomorrow as well. So if you want to plan, yeah, you can visit the city, or we can plan any informal gatherings as well if you're up to just visiting the city. You don't want to see our faces tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Hello? Yes. So I think we can start. So yeah, thanks very much for the patience of everyone. But I think it's really worse because we get to finally a bit like at a glance what we are visiting tomorrow. So first, a really warm welcome, and now I hope I pronounce your names correctly. Estefane Cadio Rice, and you are working for FIRAN as a technical coordinator of social and environmental projects. No, that's you. I was just saying they mixed me up on the program. Yeah. And our first presentation will be first by Anna Marcela Bagamoska and from Petrobras. So was a warm welcome, and then we're really curious. You can also later, and I think it's as earlier, if you have questions, you can also raise your hand and we try to ask. I think the first presentation will be in English.
Yes,
Yes,
I
so
will do my best. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for the opportunity to be here representing Petrobras, our Brazilian oil and energy company. And thank you, Christine, for the organization, and thank you, the Brazilian National Bank, for the invitation as well. We are partners in many, many initiatives. And I don't know, maybe you were asking yourselves why Petrobras is here. So I will make this brief presentation because Petrobras and the Brazilian National Bank, we are partners in supporting different projects and different initiatives. And one of them is the one that we will be visiting tomorrow. So I will give a brief overview here, and then our colleague from the project will speak, but she is the star today. So my name is Ana Marcela. I work as manager of NBS projects in Petrobras, but in NBS projects that are part of our social and environmental investment, our voluntary investment. So I'll speak a little bit about some initiatives and focus in this initiative particularly that I think will be more interesting for you. So, well, in our Petrobras strategic plan, we have different pillars in our ESG strategy. So one of them is low carbon, gas and energy, and protecting the environment. So in our main strategy for and our goal is to be net zero in 2050. So our strategy is mainly focused in operations, so reducing our emissions in oil and gas operation and also diversifying our portfolio with renewable energy and low carbon energy. But we also are investing in compensating the part of the emissions that we won't be able to reduce or to remove completely from our operations. And that's why Petrobras is improving our investment, our voluntary or non-voluntary investments in NBS projects. Mainly because of this graphic here. Maybe you already know this profile, that is the Brazilian emissions. It's in Portuguese, but I think it's easy to understand. In the whole world, around 80% of the emissions are from energy sources, mainly fossil fuels. and 15 from degradation and use of the land. But in Brazil, we have the opposite situation. 30% of our emissions are related to energy sources, and 62, I think almost 70 of Brazilian emissions are caused by land forest degradation and non-sustainable land use. So that's why Petrobras, everything and I think our target is 15% that the emissions that we are not able to reduce from operation, we will compensate with NBS projects to restore or conserve Brazilian environments in order to help this problem in Brazil that is the forest degradation. So our action in NBS, we have 3 pillars. Our research and development, so we are a lot of research and development going on, making research in carbon, to improve carbon credit projects, monitoring, building different methodologies, baseline. Our climate actions that we have a department, climate in Petrobras, which is focused in buying. We are mostly in the spot market. We are buying carbon credits with high integrity to products neutralization. And on the other hand, we are investing in origination and also in off-taking contracts for projects, the long-term projects, in order to compensate our emissions in a long term. And I think you already heard of our main project related to compensation and off-taking, because it's performed in partnerships with the Brazilian National Bank. I think that Marcos spoke to you about Pro Floresta Mais, yes. And we have also the social and environmental investment, which is the investment that Petrobras performed in a voluntary manner in projects around Brazil, especially around our operations, but also in other thematic and areas that are important for the country. We have different themes and areas where we make this. We have different themes that we support projects, mainly projects performed by by NGOs, but also research institutes, foundation associations, cooperatives. So mainly small institutions that perform projects around Brazil for income generation, education, marine biodiversity, and also forest and NBS to restore, conserve environments and in different places around the country. We have most of our social environmental investment is non-refundable. So we make partnerships with NGOs to do one project here, other project there in one theme. This is our social environmental program that we make this kind of investment for the last 40 years, I think. Now we also make match fundings or co-investment with other companies and institutions in order to gain scale, but it's also a non-refundable investment. And we have one new initiative that is the Petrobras Bioeconomy Fund that is repayable, refundable initiatives in social environmental investment. So our social environment themes in NBS are the match fundings. We also invest in projects for climate adaptation. Yeah, I think I can. Climate adaptation and resilience, most in urban areas where Petrobras have facilities. We have some projects related to carbon credits generation that are in our portfolio in social and environmental investment, because those projects are not like commercial projects like those ones that will be part of the Profloresta Mais, Profloresta Plus. These are some projects that we already invest in local communities for agroforest, for ecological restoration. And as a complementary manner, we are supporting them to make carbon credit projects in order to have also this income generation from them from carbon credits, because one of the biggest problems of carbon credit projects in Brazil is that it's very difficult for us to really benefit local communities with carbon credit projects, because of our land ownership is something very difficult in Brazil. So many of the projects that are already certified, they are not in local communities or traditional communities area. They are in large farms, large private areas. So in our social environmental investment, we are trying to help local communities to be protagonists of carbon credit projects as well. And those other initiatives that I already said, Petrobras Bioeconomy Funds, and other NBS initiatives that we have around our facilities, that Petrobras has two main goals, that is to be positive in water and positive in biodiversity in all our facilities. So we have biodiversity and water plans. So besides compensating or mitigating our impacts of our operation, the goal of Petrobras is to leave a positive impact in water production, for example, in a watershed. So we invest in projects that restore areas around watersheds where Petrobras have refineries, for example, and facilities in a voluntary manner. And well, this is our portfolio. We have around 180 projects, around 24 Brazilian states. We cover 44 Petrobras units, so we have those kind of projects around different units for Petrobras. And our investment will be around 1.7 billion reais for the next 4 years. So the main thing that I came here to speak about is our match funding initiatives, where we co-invest in a non-refundable manner with other companies and institutions in projects to gain scale in restoration and conservation, but not with the purpose, or the generating carbon credit is not the main purpose of this kind of projects. Two of them that I brought here, only those two, because there are the projects or the initiatives that we have together with the Brazilian National Bank. And one of them is Floresta Viva. Floresta Viva is a BNDES, Brazilian National Bank initiative to gain scale in restoration in different Brazilian biomes. And besides restoring the natural environments, also working with income generation to local communities, empowering local communities, and helping to structure a restoration chain. So besides only restoring, our goal is to create demand for ecological restoration. So this initiative is called Floresta Viva. It's different from the Profloresta Plus that you heard about yesterday or some days ago, because here the focus it's only non-repayable, non-refundable budgets. And we make, BNDES made different calls for Floresta Viva. In some of them, Petrobras is a partner in, and this one is the mangroves of Brazil. So we have 8 projects around all the Brazilian coastline. And here we will restore like around 1,700 hectares of mangroves, which is the largest initiative of mangrove restoration in Brazil, if we count all the projects together. And they are structuring we are performing those projects in protected areas, smallholders, and also improving the restoration value chain. So the focus of the projects and the program and our investment together is the restoration, but we also want this restoration to be sustainable, even after ending our payment for the projects. So that's why we will also make carbon credit projects or help those 8 initiatives to make a carbon credit grouped project. And our goal is to generate another kind of income for those areas, so that the areas that we restore will be like in the next 30 or 40 years, we can guarantee that those areas that we started restoring now will be really being conserved for the next 30 or 40 years. So, and the other project that we have in partnership with the bank is in Restaura Amazônia, which is also a BNDES initiative that we came together to invest. But well, I don't think I will. It's also for restoration and developing the restoration value chain. But here is in the Amazon to transform the arc of the degradation in an arc of restoration. So we have like around 20 projects in this area here together with the bank. But I won't speak a lot of Restaura Amazônia because maybe we'll be confusing with the project that we are here today to speak about. Oh, this is another project. This is one of the projects that I spoke about, that we started supporting local communities to perform that were extractivists. And until 2013, the phase 1, so which is a long-term social environmental project. And now that those local communities that live in the conservation units are really more structured, we will start RED Plus projects. Petrobras will support a RED Plus project in the local communities area. And well, that's I brought some things to, and this is the Petrobras Bioeconomy Fund that I also brought here to speak about. But well, briefly, is our first initiative, refundable initiative in social environmental investment, that we have Regia Capital as the manager of the fund. And here we are funding like Brazilian bioeconomy chains. It's a blended finance initiative, so we also invested 120 million reais in some Brazilian chains here that are helping to conserve or restore environment. And they have this it's I'm sorry. This fund is like an impact-linked compensation fund. So all those initiatives and the small business, besides structuring this bioeconomy chain, they have it's a condition for receiving the of being funded. They have to perform social and environmental results like restoration, conservation. So it's being really challenging to work with them, and because it's the first time that in the social and environmental investment we work with companies, not only with NGOs or local associations. And I think that's it. The Profloresta Mais I brought here, but I heard that you already know about this initiative, so that's it. Thank you. Can I? Boa tarde a todos. Está funcionando? Ok. Boa tarde a todos. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de agradecer ao BNDES pela oportunidade de trazer um pouco sobre a experiência do projeto Regenera Guará aqui hoje. A gente vai falar um pouquinho sobre ele hoje e amanhã vocês vão ter a oportunidade de conhecê-lo na prática em campo. O projeto Regenera Guará, acho que eu vou ter que tirar daqui. A gente chama carinhosamente de Regenera Guará, com um nome mais curto, mas, na verdade, ele é chamado, tem um nome mais comprido, né, que contempla todos os objetivos que estão relacionados ao projeto, que dizem respeito ao diagnóstico, restauração e monitoramento de manguezais, com os potenciais impactos ambientais, comportamento de fauna e o potencial de geração de crédito de carbono. Meu nome é Stephanie, eu sou bióloga, sou coordenadora técnica do projeto Regenera Guará e líder do setor de projetos socioambientais do Instituto Senai de Tecnologia Química e Meio Ambiente, que é um instituto que conta hoje com uma equipe multidisciplinar focada em buscar soluções tecnológicas e o uso de infraestrutura tecnológica no emprego de projetos socioambientais e de sustentabilidade. Particularmente no âmbito dos projetos socioambientais, a gente trabalha nas temáticas de pesquisa de biodiversidade, restauração de ecossistemas e espécies-alvo, né, entre outras, assim como também a parte de sensibilização da comunidade e engajamento comunitário. Então, um dos projetos é o Regenera Guará, que é uma iniciativa socioambiental focada na restauração e conservação de remanescentes de manguezais na região de Guaratiba, na zona oeste da cidade do Rio de Janeiro. É um projeto estruturado para durar 4 anos, com 3 fases principais que incluem o diagnóstico da condição ecológica, o status ecológico dos remanescentes de manguezal, a implementação da restauração e, posteriormente, o monitoramento. É um projeto implementado no âmbito do edital Manguezais do Brasil, Floresta Viva, que é essa iniciativa com apoio do BNDES da Petrobras e tendo o Fumbio como parceiro gestor. Então, como eu mencionei antes, a implementação é realizada pela Firjan Senai, mas conta com vários parceiros, entre eles o INEA, que é o Instituto Estadual do Ambiente, que é o gestor da unidade de conservação onde o projeto atua, que é a Reserva Biológica Estadual de Guaratiba. Então, esses atores nos auxiliam na implementação da restauração e da pesquisa na área dessa unidade de conservação. O SESI, que faz parte do sistema Firjan,
e nos auxilia no diagnóstico social e no mapeamento de lideranças. Essa etapa foi feita no início do projeto, justamente para a gente entender qual era o cenário, né, social no início do projeto. E um instituto local, que é o Instituto Arata, que nos auxilia na incorporação, né, na execução de atividades de educação ambiental e engajamento comunitário. Os principais objetivos do projeto estão relacionados à restauração de remanescentes de manguezais, e aí a gente tem um desafio bem grande, que é a restauração de 220 hectares de remanescentes de manguezais na Reserva Biológica de Guaratiba, implementando subsequentemente o monitoramento ecológico dessas áreas, também a condução de estudos ecológicos e de contaminantes do caranguejo-sá, que é uma espécie extremamente importante para a região, tanto em termos ecológicos, como também para a comunidade local, que é utilizado tanto como fonte de alimento, como fonte também de renda para essas pessoas. E o engajamento comunitário, né? Fazendo, né, fortalecendo essa relação entre a restauração desse ecossistema e o bem-estar comunitário. Então, isso é feito através de ações de educação ambiental, de sensibilização, que eu vou mostrar mais adiante. E aí a gente pode estar se perguntando, né? Eu falo aqui como uma bióloga, mas, né, de maneira geral, qual a importância da gente buscar a restauração e a conservação desse ecossistema? Então, os manguezais são extremamente importantes porque eles promovem serviços ecossistêmicos, o que a gente chama de serviços ecossistêmicos. E o que é isso, né? Eles protegem a costa contra a erosão, eles ajudam na regulação do clima. Então, o curso aqui é falando sobre créditos de carbono. Então, o manguezal ele tem um potencial de estocar carbono, seja na lama, seja no caule das árvores. Então, tem uma função extremamente importante nesse sentido. Para a biodiversidade, tem uma importância imensa, porque ele é abrigo, ele é área de berçário para uma série de espécies. Então, é fundamental um manguezal preservado, conservado, para que a gente mantenha também essa biodiversidade viva. O ciclo de nutrientes que estão ali naquele ambiente e, como eu falei antes também, fonte de recursos alimentares para a comunidade local. E para a gente também, né? Entendendo que várias das espécies usam os manguezais como berçário, e daí depende também toda uma cadeia, né, alimentar. No entanto, é um ambiente que vem sendo ameaçado por uma série de fatores, principalmente antrópicos, relacionados à poluição, ao próprio resíduo sólido, à expansão urbana, à especulação imobiliária, ocupação irregular da terra, né, do solo, e as próprias mudanças climáticas também que vêm impactando esse ambiente. Então, a nossa área, né, a área-alvo de atuação do projeto é a Reserva Biológica Estadual de Guaratiba. Ela é uma unidade de conservação que tem mais de 3.000 hectares, né, de área total, que está localizada na zona oeste da cidade do Rio de Janeiro, e ela é hoje a segunda maior reserva, né, de remanescentes de manguezal no estado do Rio de Janeiro. Dentro dessa área, né, da Reserva Biológica Estadual de Guaratiba, as áreas em que o projeto atua diretamente está dividida em 6 polígonos de diferentes tamanhos e com diferentes características. Então, amanhã, na visita de campo, a gente vai estar no polígono do Embratel. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo. Aqui. É o maior polígono dentre os 6, e a gente vai ter, então, amanhã, na visita de campo, a oportunidade de conhecer algumas das estratégias de restauração que a gente emprega nessa área. Tá? Então, ao todo, são 6 polígonos de diferentes extensões, todas aqui no slide em hectares, na Reserva Biológica Estadual de Guaratiba. E aí as estratégias de restauração, elas se dividem em estratégias diretas e indiretas. As estratégias indiretas a gente chama de regeneração natural assistida, que consistem na remoção de estressores do ambiente, né? Então, por exemplo, aqui nesse slide a gente pode ver algumas dessas estratégias indiretas que dizem respeito à desobstrução de canais naturais de água, como também a abertura de canais artificiais, né, o que ajuda a recompor a condição hídrica da região, e isso auxilia naturalmente as mudas a crescerem e o manguezal a se restaurar naturalmente. Como também uma outra estratégia indireta é a remoção de resíduo, né? Hoje, mais cedo a gente estava conversando com a Ana Marcela, que estava falando de outras ações de projetos de conservação em manguezais, e é um problema comum a todas essas áreas, a questão do lixo que chega, né, e impacta diretamente a possibilidade de manutenção, de conservação e de restauração desses ambientes. Então, a remoção desse resíduo é extremamente importante para a gente propiciar a restauração, a regeneração desse ambiente. Assim como, né, essas são as estratégias indiretas, mas a gente também emprega estratégias diretas que dizem respeito ao plantio de mudas, que vocês também vão ter oportunidade de botar a mão na massa, literalmente amanhã, e também plantar algumas mudinhas de mangue. E quando a gente fala do plantio das mudas de mangue, a gente está falando basicamente de 3 espécies nativas de mangue que a gente encontra aqui no Brasil, né? Existem outras, mas as principais são essas 3, que são o mangue vermelho, o mangue preto e o mangue branco aí na sequência. Todas essas espécies estão adaptadas à condição desse ecossistema, que é uma área lamosa, pobre, né, com solo pobre em oxigênio e também muito salino, né, tem muita salinidade. Então, essas plantas desenvolveram adaptações a esse ambiente, e as diferentes espécies ocorrem no manguezal conforme um gradiente de distribuição que varia em função dessas características, de serem áreas mais ou menos alagadas, terem mais ou menos salinidade. E aí, quando a gente fala também das estratégias diretas, que envolvem o plantio dessas espécies nativas de mangue, a gente também vai empregar diferentes estratégias conforme as características de cada uma daquelas regiões que a gente busca fazer a restauração. Então, essas técnicas variam e podem ser, por exemplo, o transplantio de mudas, que são mudas transplantadas ou da própria área do campo ou de áreas do viveiro, para as suas regiões definitivas, do plantio. O que a gente chama de semeadura direta, que é você usar as sementes ou propágulos desse mangue e botar diretamente no substrato. A nucleação, que é uma outra técnica que a gente faz núcleos de vegetação para permitir, na sequência, a conectividade ecológica entre esses núcleos. E outra técnica também possível é o enriquecimento, onde a gente insere algumas espécies, dentre aquelas 3, que são as espécies nativas, a gente insere alguma outra espécie numa área para criar complexidade estrutural nesse ecossistema. Então, amanhã a gente vai ter oportunidade de vivenciar algumas dessas etapas da restauração, tanto na germinação das sementes no viveiro, o cultivo das mudas, os cuidados que a gente tem que ter com as mudas e também o plantio delas em campo. Quais os cuidados que a gente precisa ter nessa etapa do plantio delas no campo. E, uma vez plantadas, o trabalho não termina aí. A gente também tem o contínuo monitoramento dessas áreas, com o objetivo de avaliar a efetividade dessas estratégias de restauração e a recuperação do ecossistema, entendendo que é um trabalho de longa duração. Então, dentre as estratégias, eu estava falando até então de algumas estratégias diretas que envolviam técnicas distintas do plantio, mas a gente também tem as estratégias indiretas que estão relacionadas à regeneração natural assistida, que envolvem aquela remoção de estressores. E aí, nesse sentido, a equipe de campo, a gente tem uma equipe trabalhando todos os dias no campo, lá na área que vocês vão conhecer também amanhã. Essa equipe, né, na sua rotina do dia a dia, já remove o resíduo que encontra no campo, mas a gente também realiza ações mensais de retirada de resíduos, que são essas campanhas que envolvem não só a equipe interna, mas também parceiros externos e membros da comunidade. Então, também passa a ser uma oportunidade de não só promover a limpeza do manguezal, mas também propiciar ações de sensibilização ambiental com essa comunidade. Então, só nessas campanhas, a gente já recolheu mais de 10 toneladas de resíduos na área, inclusive do polígono do Embratel, que vocês vão conhecer amanhã. Outra estratégia indireta, né, que tem relação com a regeneração natural assistida, é a desobstrução de canais naturais de água e a abertura de canais artificiais. Então, a gente tem de desobstrução de canais mais de 3,5 km de canais desobstruídos e mais de 1 km de canais artificiais abertos. Isso é importante para a gente recompor a hidrologia local, que vai permitir naturalmente com que mudas de mangue, né, possam se desenvolver, com que os propágulos que caem naturalmente na água também consigam se dispersar, né, e chegar a novas áreas e naturalmente brotarem e continuarem se desenvolvendo, né, como mudas e árvores. Então, daí a importância dessa estratégia também. E uma das maneiras da gente avaliar a efetividade dessa estratégia da desobstrução de canais e abertura de novos canais é através da avaliação de imagens de satélite e ferramentas geoespaciais, como essa aqui que eu mostro nesse slide, onde a gente consegue fazer uma avaliação da área alagada, né, e fazer o acompanhamento dessa área em função das estratégias que foram adotadas na abertura dos canais. Então, a gente acompanha isso bimensalmente para entender o quanto essa área tem aumentado, né, em função da adoção dessas estratégias. Também vale dizer que, além, né, do uso de imagens de satélite, a gente também faz o monitoramento com drone, que é uma ferramenta fundamental para a gente entender o próprio sucesso da restauração. Então, essas áreas, naquela etapa que eu falei, né, após o plantio, que a gente precisa monitorar essas áreas restauradas, uma das ferramentas é o sobrevoo com drone, que a gente consegue avaliar a efetividade dessas estratégias, até mesmo vendo, né, o que teve de sucesso, de sobrevivência dessas mudas, e aí poder, inclusive, redefinir e fazer novos plantios, né, nessas áreas. Além disso, né, como uma pesquisa do projeto, a gente tem a avaliação ecológica do caranguejo-sá. Né, como eu falei, em virtude da sua importância ecológica e econômica para a região, inclusive para a comunidade local. E também entendendo, né, o quanto o impacto das nossas atividades de restauração tem sobre a fauna local. Então, em diversas áreas que já foram restauradas, a gente já observa o retorno da fauna, inclusive do caranguejo. Então, também passa a ser um indicador do quanto a estratégia de restauração tem sido bem-sucedida. Em relação ao engajamento comunitário, né, o engajamento comunitário é fundamental, né, nessas iniciativas, né, socioambientais. E no projeto, a gente, desde o início, teve a preocupação de envolver a comunidade local também como membros dessa equipe que atua no campo. Então, todos os nossos colaboradores hoje da equipe de campo são moradores locais que já têm uma conexão direta, né, com o manguezal. Então, eles foram contratados, são capacitados, né, passam por treinamento para entender sobre restauração, sobre as diferentes técnicas e fazer parte, né, da rotina das atividades de campo, valorizando também esse conhecimento local. E como eu falei, o SESI, que é um braço, né, também da Firjan, faz parte do sistema Firjan, desde o início do projeto trabalhou no mapeamento, né, no diagnóstico social dessa comunidade e na identificação de lideranças locais, para que essas lideranças pudessem ser pontos focais de apoio nosso nas atividades de sensibilização ambiental. Então, na sequência desse desse diagnóstico, a gente passou a direcionar essas ações de educação ambiental e sensibilização com a comunidade, buscando cada vez mais ter esse engajamento comunitário local, né? Então, hoje a gente participa de eventos públicos, em escolas também, né, para ampliar o público diretamente impactado pelo projeto. Então, para a gente, né, eu falo em termos pessoais e como instituição também, é uma alegria e um orgulho muito grande fazer parte da iniciativa do Floresta Viva. Amanhã, né, vocês vão ter, aqui na foto de baixo já foi uma pré-visita, que parte da equipe do BNDES fez lá ao campo. Vai ser um prazer recebê-los amanhã lá também. Eu aproveito para dar algumas recomendações em relação ao uso do sapato fechado, calça, manga comprida para quem tiver. Amanhã, talvez, o tempo esteja meio nublado, mas tenho certeza que vai ser uma ótima experiência lá com todos, para a gente vivenciar um pouquinho o trabalho que é realizado no viveiro, no plantio das mudas no campo, e também a oportunidade de conhecer esse ecossistema que é tão fundamental e importante para a gente, né? Como eu falei anteriormente, em função dos serviços ecossistêmicos que ele presta para todos nós. Eu agradeço mais uma vez a todos vocês, deixo aqui também o convite para acompanhar a gente nas redes sociais, e amanhã estaremos juntos novamente. Obrigada.
Now? Okay, so thanks a lot. We really could feel your passion about your project, and I think you make us really curious. So I think this is always have the chance to ask questions tomorrow, but I think here we have a more quiet setting. So is there any questions you would like to ask today? Tawana, can you maybe go, Tawana? Or Magu, I give you my microphone that you can maybe pass it around. Marcus had one question.
My question is very short. How about mosquitoes?
Teremos muitos mosquitos amanhã, provavelmente. Mas temos repelentes, temos protetor solar, então não fiquem preocupados em relação a isso. O protetor solar amanhã provavelmente vai estar um pouco mais nublado, então provavelmente o tempo estará mais ameno, mas mosquitos são uma realidade no campo.
Can I ask the question? Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very nice to see that, and we are excited to visit that tomorrow. Maybe one question, because we are banks, so we are always interested by numbers. Can you tell us what is the cost of this project and how was financed?
Hoje o projeto, né? Ai, perdão. O projeto hoje ele tem um valor de 6 milhões entre o que é aportado pelo edital e o que é contrapartida da Firjan. Ok? I'm sorry. I couldn't. Reais.
Eu vou falar em portunhol.
Perfeito.
And after I'm going to translate to English. Você mencionou la participación del proyecto en mercados de carbono. Você pode elaborar um pouco mais sobre o projeto?
Sim. Hoje, o que a gente faz em relação à avaliação do crédito de carbono, o protocolo ainda não está estabelecido. O que a gente faz em campo, inclusive, é o acompanhamento. São medidas do carbono no solo, são as medidas das árvores e do crescimento das árvores, para que a gente consiga quantificar esse carbono que está sendo armazenado nesse ambiente. Mas, efetivamente, o protocolo para o crédito de carbono, isso ainda é incipiente. Ainda não está definido.
Beleza.
Ok?
I'm sorry that I didn't go there. Não, mas eu vou responder em português a essa pergunta sobre o crédito de carbono. Porque foi o seguinte, quando a Petrobras e o BNDES se juntaram, nós escolhemos, fizemos um grande estudo, né? O Floresta Viva poderia investir em qualquer bioma ou ecossistema brasileiro, então foi uma escolha nossa investir nas áreas prioritárias para a restauração de manguezais no Brasil, conforme o Plano Nacional do Ministério do Meio Ambiente de áreas com as maiores importâncias de biodiversidade de manguezais. E aí nós fizemos um edital que cobria, né, selecionava projetos no valor total, edital de 50 milhões. Eu não me lembro agora o valor total por projeto, mas cada projeto restaura pelo menos 200 hectares, de 200 a 300 hectares de manguezais. Então, no edital, para a elaboração dos projetos, nós colocamos como requisito que eles fizessem a mensuração no solo, que eles fizessem um monitoramento, que eles definissem como é o estado, a condição do manguezal que ia trabalhar. Ou seja, nós estipulamos alguns requisitos para que as organizações que realizam os projetos fizessem, que são justamente requisitos de alguma das metodologias da Verra para wetlands, né, para a geração de crédito de carbono em manguezal. De tal forma que agora a gente contratou, né, uma consultoria, uma desenvolvedora de projeto de carbono, que vai apoiar, né, o nosso núcleo aqui e os projetos a fazer esse enquadramento, né? Então, esperando que os projetos eles já tenham feito as mensurações, os monitoramentos que seguem, em linhas gerais, as metodologias da Verra, que a gente vai conseguir enquadrá-los, né, como um projeto de carbono agrupado. E, enfim, isso a gente pretende fazer ao longo de 2026. Era isso que eu queria. 50 milhões de reais, o edital dividido em 8 projetos, ou seja, 8 áreas diferentes, que somam 1.700 hectares. Então, a gente são 8 projetos individuais, mas a gente vai submeter para a certificação um projeto agrupado. Essa é a ideia.
Boa tarde, eu sou Marta Machado, eu trabalho na área de meio ambiente do BNDES. Só tentar passar algumas informações extras dessa parte mais financeira e de estruturação que talvez seja interessante justamente para esse público. Essa iniciativa do Floresta Viva, ela é match funding com instituições apoiadoras. São empresas públicas ou privadas que já tinham interesse em trabalhar com restauração, muitas vezes já tinham um orçamento específico. Então, nós juntamos o nosso fundo socioambiental do BNDES, e por isso nós temos objetivos extras, além da restauração em si, temos objetivos sociais, do fortalecimento da cadeia, de geração de renda, da questão da alimentação, enfim. E juntamos esses recursos públicos e privados para realizar a iniciativa. Contratamos um parceiro gestor, foi feita uma chamada pública aberta. Esse parceiro gestor é o Fumbio. Teremos um representante do Fumbio amanhã nos acompanhando na visita, a Manuela. E esse parceiro nos ajuda a elaborar os editais e realizar todo esse desenvolvimento da chamada pública, da contratação dos projetos. Então, cada edital tem as suas especificidades, de acordo com os desejos, as orientações estratégicas daquela empresa apoiadora. Então, por exemplo, a Petrobras está conosco em 2 editais, o edital de manguezais e um outro edital no bioma cerrado. Nós lançamos até o momento 16 editais. O de menor valor são apenas 5 milhões de reais, e o de maior valor, que está ainda em aberto, nesse momento as proponentes estão podendo aplicar, de 70 milhões de reais no estado do Piauí. Esse edital é em conjunto com outra empresa, a Eletrobras, que agora virou Axia, e o estado do Piauí. Então, o Floresta Viva é uma grande parceria. Temos estados como ente público, temos empresas privadas, empresas públicas, juntando todo o seu funding para essa aplicação.
Yeah. If there are no questions, I would say thank you very much for this really nice presentation. I think you prepared us already or made us curious for tomorrow. So we would look forward to see you tomorrow. And thanks also for everyone with the patience. I think it was an up and down a bit today, but I think it was really worth to wait to listen to this presentation. So thanks very much. And as Tawana said, you will get the information about the pickup tomorrow. You get also the information about the clauses, so take good shoes, maybe also long leaves, and also, even if it might be not sunny, it still might be still a bit cloudy. And Havana, come. Compliment?
Yes. Just about the bus for tomorrow. So we are going to have a van of 15. So we are going to do the same role that we are doing every morning. So Mercure, Ritz, Marriott, and then we are going to have a bus, a big bus, leaving from Hilton and coming to Bendes, and then you're living together. So we're having 2 cars, a van of 15 and a bus of 46. So you can be at Hilton or here because it's the same car. And so Mustafa is going to speak a little bit about the meeting that we had this morning on the common principles, and also Christine.
So just supplementing what Tawana was saying, so the BNDES participants, just if you prefer to live from Hilton, please let me know so that we just control who will be picked up here at BNDES. Okay.
Thank you very much, Christina, for the organization. It's wonderful. I would like just to make a summary of the meeting that we have this morning. I think it is important for all IDFC members from where we are, because some of you couldn't attend. Thank you for those who attended this morning, and I understand also why some of you couldn't attend. But the idea of this meeting was just to make a stock of where we are in terms of the discussion we have internally with MDBs on the common principles. Just to tell you that we are about to have the draft of the document at the end of the month. There are still some points on discussions which are, of course, on the discussion between the MDBs, but also we have also some members of IDFC that are providing also some comments about some issues. So it is important to know that. We're not going to go to enter in the details. We will send you a very comprehensive email summarizing all the issues, so you can have time to discuss them. The idea is that after receiving this document at the end of the month, is that it will be reviewed by the members, from IDFC members, and those who feel that they will be interested to make a feedback about what we have in this document. Mainly 2 parts. One is about the philosophy of the common principles, means what will be the objectives and what we should understand by climate finance and so on. And at the end, you have the second part of the document, which is a detailed discussion. Detailed description of for each sector about the very precise detail of how the principles are applied in the different sectors. So the idea is that you get back to us on these documents, let's say after the 30 June up to the September. We will have end of June also our IDFC steering committee. For those who are not familiar with the governance of IDFC, it is the meeting of 14 CEOs, 14 high-level senior manager of IDFC, to discuss the different subjects and providing guidance to the club. So it will be this issue will be brought at that level to inform our senior management from where we are in terms of discussion with MDBs. The second point will be between this steering committee and the next Sherpa meeting will be in September in Kigali. So it's also another governance this meeting during which we will discuss and prepare the annual meeting. We will discuss all issues and we will discuss this one. And between this, we would like to organize, we would like to push for the organization of a meeting of the head of climate, IDFC head of climate, means those who are responsible for climate in the IDFC institutions, to discuss between them this document, this draft document, and to take this decision on how to proceed and what they can convey as advice to the Sherpa for the September. And after that, after September Sherpa meeting, we will go to the following and final governance body meeting, which will be in mid of October in Washington, back to the annual meeting, where we can decide what will be the final decision of IDFC members, what we do with the common principle, or we join the MDBs, or we don't join, or we ask for a great periods. I mean, this is dependent on the discussion that could occur between from now on until that period. I hope it is clear, but I wanted to tell you that because it is important. And if somebody from the meeting this morning wants to add something, I see Christian or other would like to maybe to provide some additional things. I will give, I see that Christian wants to. Yeah.
Just one additional point revolving around what important is to dedicate time for the assessment, technical assessment of each of the categories, projects, and proposals. From CAF, we took almost 1 month checking the document. So we are in a hurry in this moment because the time is tight. So we need to dedicate a relevant time for completing the assessment of the document.
Just before to give the floor to Margot, I would like just to say that the IDFC facility is at your service, of course. If you need support on this, of course, we can also organize, we can also joint efforts in assessing this document. I understand and I know that very well. The institutions, not all of them have the necessary human resources to handle such big documents, very complex, very technical documents. So you are at your service if you want an assistance in this process. Please, Margot.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, I think there is 2 layers, as you mentioned. One is to have like a general understanding of whether the common principle reflect both the ambition and are inclusive enough to still be representative of both like MDB but also IDFC members. So that is really like for, I think, even maybe having a quick look before the steering group meeting, whether there is talking point or strategic concern to raise and red flag. Then there is a technical aspect that could maybe we can take like a little bit longer to have proper technical level discussion on what are the specific points on which we have concern and ability to operationalize those common principles. And in that case, having discussion like this morning was very useful because we are able, us that took the time to participate in weekly training, that at this moment there will be specific discussion on a topic that raised concern for CAF or for AFD or for wherever. So that's the kind of role that we can do to ease also the work and your participation in specific topic that will be a specific concern for different members. And the third thing is for topic where there is still like question on how certain members could operationalize this, that also the role that the facility could take after in providing additional guidance and negotiating also some kind of tiered approach for implementing those common principle. So that's all.
Yeah, just I don't want to take more time, just 2 things. One is that, as I said, we are going to send you a summary of the meeting of this morning by mail to all of you. So if you have colleagues that should be to who you should convey this information, please do so they will be informed. The second is that we send also a document for the as a preparatory document for the next steering committee to provide information for the members of the steering committee So please also, we will send you that. We will send you a copy to you because we are aware of it. So please convey this document to those who are going to participate or are going to prepare the documentation for your CEO or for your senior management representative at these meetings. It's important for them to be aware of this discussion. The idea is to provide them all the information, necessary information in a transparent manner so they can provide guidance to you, to us, on how the way to proceed for the next milestones. I don't know if there are questions at this stage, but if not, we are at this. Macias, you wanted to? Yeah, I see you raising hand. Please.
Only quickly, please don't send it only to this group, but also to the Sherpas and to your normal mailing list. Yeah, thanks.
We will send it to our usual suspects, as usual, and of course we will put you in copy as you were here, and if you can maybe give some additional information if necessary. If there is no other request of floor, so we can finalize here. Thank you very much for your attention, and now we will go tomorrow for this very exciting visit. Thanks.